Okay. Hi. So I'm looking at the YouTube stuff, and yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. Hi. I was I was gonna do this whole like goofy intro thing, and then the YouTube chat's not working, so I was like, okay, never mind. I don't know what's going on with this. I don't know why it's not working. It was working yesterday. All the YouTube chat was working. I'm getting push notifications from Twitch, which is cool. I'm trying a new chat thing. I set up a whole new thing yesterday. So it's all kind of new, and I'm just trying to figure it out, but like I don't see why YouTube wouldn't be working. Like it's grayed out on my end. Like I can switch chat between Discord, Twitch, and Restream, which is what I'm using for the chat now, because I wanted to find a better solution than having two different chats up. And that's obviously not working. But the chat in the bottom this way, sorry, I'm backward. Over here, the chat over here is not working. Twitch, Discord, and YouTube. Wait, now I gotta try YouTube. Yeah, YouTube's, I don't know what's going on with YouTube. It's grayed out, and I swear there was like a place where like I don't remember where I was like setting it up, but it was like there was a spot in here somewhere like in my settings, and it was like, oh yeah, you've got to be connected once you start like streaming on YouTube, then it'll connect. And I was like, oh, okay, no problem. That's fine. And there's like a relay option in here, which is cool. I'm gonna turn it off for a second. No, that doesn't do anything. But yeah, I swear there was an option in here. Now I've lost it. I don't know where it is. Maybe it was like in the setup. I don't have a clue. I don't know where it went. No, it's not that. I don't know where it is. Well, that's like kind of a shame, because I was maybe there's like a weird, like maybe I need to like allow the bot or something. Maybe there's like an option somewhere. Anyway, also if you're on YouTube, I now have the join button. I finally set up the join button, so it's working now. What is? Well, that's not great. It's a little messy, to be honest with you. Like it's hard to read chat. But I do have it on like contact mode. To turn off contact mode, yeah, that's a little better, I guess. It's cool because I can actually move chat over here. Like on just like if I didn't have a chat box already, I could do this, and I can like turn out like the background transparency or whatever, which is cool. I can even turn this transparency down and just see like text. So you can like do cool stuff with it. And then I can have click-through mode on too, so I can't move it, and I can like just have it up on top of everything, which is neat. But I don't know. I think we're gonna use it anyway, but yeah, I guess I'm not gonna have YouTube messages, which is just weird to me. I don't know why. Also, it's supposed to show my view count on here and it's not doing that. Oh, wait, hold on. You'll need to go live first before you can send comments on YouTube. I am live on YouTube, buddy. I don't know if you know this. Yeah, it's acting like it's not connected and I don't really know why. Maybe I need to like start an event or something. So one thing I'm not doing is, okay. So Restream has like a method to like actually stream through. So you like go live through Restream instead. Like, okay, so on Streamlabs, I go live on YouTube and Twitch, right? Like I have those both set up on my Streamlabs desktop account, but I can set it up to only go live to Restream, and then Restream will then go live to 2 different places, right? So like to Twitch and YouTube. The problem is that if I want to do that, it's going to be annoying to set up, because like I just hit go live on Streamlabs and it just goes live, which means I have to go to the Restream site, set up like an event or like a stream event, whatever, and then set my like my title and my like stream description, all that stuff up in there, and my like where I'm streaming at. And also it doesn't have all the same categories that Twitch does, so I have to like type in the exact category and I assume it finds it. So that's annoying. And then not only that, but if I use their free service, then I have the little Restream like logo in the top right, and then it covers over the Mega Grants section. And I'm just like, well, this is annoying because I don't want that, obviously. Man, I'm so confused. I don't understand why it keeps saying the event not started. I know maybe I need to restart this actually. No, because even then that wouldn't, I still don't think that would work. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, to get rid of that watermark and to yeah, just get rid of the watermark pretty much, it's going to cost me $20 a month, which is what I'm paying Streamlabs to stream to 2 places in the first place. And Streamlabs has a nice feature where when I go live, it pops up and asks me like, what do you want your title be on YouTube? What do you want your title be on Twitch or whatever? And I can just like change things in there if I want to. So that's easier, but it's kind of annoying. I don't know. This whole multi-stream thing is kind of annoying. We're gonna keep trying it, I think, for the time being. But the problem is that I don't even know, because like now I can't even like keep up on YouTube. No, Twitch just changed their policy. That's why a bunch of people are now multi-streaming. They literally just changed it like 2 weeks ago. So they're like they're open to multi-streaming now. Anyway, yeah, so the problem with YouTube is like the first time I streamed on YouTube, I got a whole bunch of people in here talking and chatting, asking questions, and that was cool. And then the next time I went live on YouTube, it was just kind of dead. And now that's what it's been. So like only four viewers on YouTube. So I'm really, the only reason I kind of want to stay going live on YouTube now is because it uploads my VODs afterward, which is nice. But I don't know if that's worth it. You know, I don't know. I don't know if it matters that much. I can also go into Twitch and like upload the VOD to YouTube. It just takes a while. It's just like an annoying process to like do that. But I also discovered, and I don't know why I didn't know about this before, but you can go into your like clips, and I assume you're like full stream, and clip out like parts of it, and then you can just auto upload that. Like you can edit everything right in there, and then auto upload it to YouTube and TikTok. So I literally went through last night and just played with it, and I uploaded 3 videos. And on TikTok, the first video I uploaded got more views than any other TikToks I've ever posted. So like right off the bat, and I was like, well, now I'm onto something, because this is pretty good. And I'm pretty sure that's what Pirate Software is doing too, which I don't know, I'm sure you guys have all seen Pirate Software recently, because it just like overnight blew up. Which is like, yeah, I need to start posting YouTube shorts and TikToks. So I'm going to be trying to do that every single day. I'm going to go in after like my stream, and then just in the mornings, probably before I get to work, just going to go in and like find a clip on from a past stream or whatever, from the stream before, whatever, and just post at least 1 video to YouTube and TikTok every single day. Maybe not on weekends, depends. Anyway, I don't know. It seems to work pretty well so far. It's not even like broke 1,000 views on either of them yet, but like, got to start somewhere. So I'm gonna start trying to do that. Is Twitch, is chat not working now, or is it just no one's chatting? There's not many people in here right now. I also have decided that maybe my 10 a.m. streams is not ideal. GTA 6 was announced. Is Elder Scrolls 6 announced yet? Here or YouTube, it doesn't matter either way. That's why I've seen all the people I follow streaming. Yeah, Camille, that's why. I probably pronounced your name wrong. Camel, maybe? Camille? Anyway, yeah, so while I hit start, or I hit go live, and then I clicked over to make sure like the chat was working, and then I saw someone saying that like YouTube chat wasn't working. And then I was like, oh yeah, that's not, I need to fix that. You know, I'm gonna try to restart Restream and see if that does anything. I'm gonna like close it. I'd really like to get the YouTube chat working. That's the whole point of like, I spent like an hour last night like setting all this up, and it'd be really stupid if that wasn't working, because damn it, it's still not working. It's just kind of annoying. It's like that's why like I did all this, is just so I could have all the chat in one place and not have to do what I've been doing. And now it looks like I'm gonna have to do that anyway. But it's like, that was a huge waste of time. I don't know, I don't get it. Caramel? Wait, hold on. Carmel? There's no R in there. How do you get that? What language is it? I will try to remember Carmel. I will do my best. I will probably forget, but I will try. I'll do my best. At least today I'll remember. Anyway, yeah, if you guys want to try to help promote like the TikTok and YouTube shorts and stuff, go over there and give them a watch and like them and stuff, because I'm sure that'll help. And then I'll be posting more stuff on there. And also, if you're like an avid viewer, especially on Twitch, because it's just everything just seems to be better on Twitch. And there's a good chance that we're just gonna stick to Twitch here soon, because YouTube is just causing more of a headache than it's probably worth. But if you're an avid viewer on Twitch and you want to help support the channel, then when you see something funny or cool or just informative or interesting or whatever, then like click the clip button and just clip it, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to do like a perfect clip. Like, it doesn't matter. I can go in and trim it later. But it makes it really easy for me to like throw it up on TikTok or YouTube, whatever, which will help. So yeah, I can do that. Game's going good. I don't know what we're working on today. I don't really have a plan. I usually go in with a plan, and I don't have one today. Mostly, like, I want to start working on new things, like big things, and I want to get back to working. I want to start doing quests in Delver's Pass and get that zone ready to go. The problem is that like I'm supposed to be getting an update out tomorrow. I guess Delver's Pass work is fine, but I also kind of want to start on some other fun things, but I can't do anything crazy because the update has to go out tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure I need to push another build. Actually, I know I need to push another build. And since we don't use any sort of what's it called, like shelves, I can't think what they're called. Anyway, I can't like make changes without making changes to like everything, right? So it's kind of a limiting feature a little bit of the way we the way I use stuff. Anyway, so when I went live today, I went to fix the YouTube thing, and then I didn't get a chance to go get water or kind of clean up my desk, which is usually what I do once I hit live. So I'm gonna do that really quick, and then I guess we'll actually start. What do you guys want to do today? Oh, let me try something else. Let's do a poll, because I set up a version control. Yeah, yeah, it's version control, but I mean branches. That's what I was looking for. That's the term I was looking for. We don't use branching because we use plastic, and plastic doesn't really like branching very much. not like Git does. And so it can't like I can't just like start a new branch and like work on stuff and then just build from the previous branch. It doesn't work with that. Clip is also Control X. Really? That's quick. Yeah, so that's what I was gonna do, Matt. I was considering starting working on that, but and I guess we still could. We just couldn't touch any like core components. And it wouldn't be too bad because I think the way we're gonna handle most of it is gonna be like a button in the crafting menu, the crafting UI that'll switch to the discovery page, and then we'll have actually we'll probably have three tabs in there. So it wouldn't be that big of a deal because I could just collapse them and they wouldn't show up. So we could start working on that today if we really wanted to. But it's not really important. We actually we should probably start working on or get back to work or keep working on more Steam achievements. We need a handful more. So that would be a good thing to work on today as well. My desk is flooded with tiny jellyfish because I think Jana really likes making these, and so she's made like 7 of them now. I think she's also just kind of like trying to practice, and she's trying to get faster and like more like used to the process, so she just is making a bunch of them. It's also hard for her to find like cute patterns, so if you guys crochet or whatever and you want looking for patterns, let her know if you know of any patterns that are like easy. Anyway, yeah, so I'm glad that you saw the clips we recommended to you. What was I just gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh, let's do a poll. I set up a new thing. I want to see if it works. /poll. I hit enter, and then oh my god, I can't even like see this. It's so small. Question: what should we work on? Team achievements. All right, let's do that. We're gonna do 3 minutes. I'm gonna hit click start poll, and you should see a thing pop up right above me. No. So I don't think that works. It's right here. Why is it not working? Oh wait, is it there? Did it show up? Can you see it? Is it working? Does it say what it's supposed to say though? Because I can't read it on my end. Let me try to fix chat here. Oh, I could have probably done, oh no, I probably could have done that in Restream. I think I can close that. I'm still trying to just get used to like the new setup and like this layout. It's weird. I'm just gonna have to check in on YouTube every once in a while, I guess. I don't really want to have the whole chat popped up all the time. You see it now? Cool. Thanks, Seth. YouTube chat has a several minute delay. Yeah, YouTube, this is what I'm saying, is YouTube is just not built for streaming. It is really annoying. Window needs to be bigger. You can't read it? I didn't want it to like take up the whole screen, you know? Oh, it doesn't, it's cutting off some of the, well, it doesn't, I can't like change it. That's just the, okay, well this is stupid. I guess you just have to click the poll in chat on Twitch. I don't know, that's dumb. And now I can't read it again. Oh my god, this is so annoying. All right, I'm gonna grab a glass of water while you guys vote on that. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I decided to use my fancy water bottle, Crystal Dynamics water bottle. Girls Make Games. Instead of a glass of water. Okay, let me. What? Who won? Crafting. I'm trying to make things work better. Once I get this set up, it'll be easier. It's just kind of annoying right now. All right, we'll try that. Okay. And I swear if this thing does not auto scroll, because I'm pretty sure it wasn't auto scrolling a second ago, I'm gonna be really mad about it. Almost every, let's see, what am I missing? What exactly would the Steam achievements do? Are they just for show? Yep, they're just Steam achievements. Almost every game has them nowadays. You get them for completing certain requirements in game. Yeah, so games with Steam achievements sell better than games without. A lot of people will not buy a game if it doesn't have Steam achievements because they want to like show off that they've earned those achievements, whatever. And so it's not worth their time if they don't have that at least. It also helps a lot in single player games. Not that our game's single player, but a lot of people play single player. Because if you're playing single player and you want to show off your achievements like you would in multiplayer, then Steam achievements is the best way to do it if you have like friends on Steam. Is there a reason the crafting system is getting overhauled? I feel like it works really well in its current state. Yeah, it doesn't. Like it works fine. The way it's designed, it all works fine. It's the design that I don't like. So let's talk about it since that's like I guess what we're doing today. First of all, I have a mock-up. Hold on. Where is the mock-up? Maybe it's in the mock-ups page. Here's this mock-up. One day this might happen. Let's see if this is the right one. No, this is an old one. That was like the original design for the smelter. And yeah, the smelter has been designed since day one to use a resource. It just never got implemented, so you don't have to use coal or whatever to like actually smelt the things. But that was intended from the beginning. This is interesting. I don't know where this mock-up is. I posted it somewhere. Didn't I post it somewhere? I bet Matt knows. Matt's gonna be like, yeah, it's right here. The new crafting system is gonna be much better. I will explain it. Let me just try to find where the heck I put it. I have a like a graphic for it. I just don't know where it is. Man, I don't know. I kind of wish I could just like filter. Maybe it's not in UI. Maybe it's in here. No. What the heck? Well, I can't find it. And that sucks. Yeah, that really sucks. Hello, what? Matt, do you remember where I posted that? Like, I posted the new crafting like mock-up somewhere, and I don't know where I put it. I can't find like the actual file. I swear we just looked at it recently. Maybe it's like sitting on my desktop in a random folder somewhere. In this like desktop junk folder. Maybe it's under this. Maybe it's right here. Maybe I discovered it. I found it. Okay. Okay, so the new crafting system here. Okay, so here's the problem with the crafting system. Let's, before I like show this off, actually, let's just talk about it. So when you craft right now, basically what happens is we're probably gonna get killed by a goblin. You open up the crafting menu or window menu, and you see all the stuff you can craft, and that's great. The problem is to level up now. So I'm level 1. To level up, I need stuff here, right? So when I level things, when I level up, I get experience. And because leveling requires like a curve to get harder as you go, it means that eventually, if I want to like level up, I have to craft things that I don't actually want, right? So the solution here, in my opinion, is to not grant experience when you craft, but instead reward like exploration by like contributing to like an inspiration score or something as you explore. So basically, what I don't want to happen is if I want to level up, I don't want to make 15 wooden daggers just because it's experience, right? Like, I don't want the player crafting things that they don't want, like at pretty much ever, right? I don't really ever want, unless it's like for a quest or whatever, I don't ever want players just being like, yeah, I'm just crafting this because I need experience. I never want that, because that's grind, right? That's grind. It's not like really fun, and it's not like intentional gameplay, and it's not something I want. So the new goal is basically, when you discover new resources, I think this is how we're going to do it. I'm not 100% positive on this yet, and then we can figure this out today, hopefully. But when you discover new resources in like a new zone, like you find new ore, you find new wood, you find whatever, you know, you come in here, and there will be 2 new tabs at the top of this, probably to replace the experience bar, because that'll go away. Maybe it'll show your level in the top right, or your proficiency maybe in the top right. I don't know. Anyway, you'll click a tab up here. It's gonna be like a crafting, and there will be research, and then there will be maybe inspiration. I don't know what to call the next tab. Anyway, so the research tab will basically open up a menu where you can just drag in one item. Like, you'll just drag in your item into here, and then click research, and bar will like fill up, and it'll like give you inspiration by like researching that item. You can only research each item one time, and I'm pretty sure we're just gonna make it raw resources. So if you've already researched like a coconut, right, then you can't research it again. So that way, like, you don't need to like waste a bunch of resources doing this. You just need to discover new ones. So, and this is gonna be kind of tricky because I don't know exactly how to balance this super well. So we're gonna have to like really think about that. But I still prefer this method, even without like a whole lot of balance right now, over how it has been. Just open the demo for my new game. Oh dang, that was fast, Arrow. Nice job. Wait, hold on itch or on Steam? I thought you had to wait 2 weeks before you could launch a demo on Steam. Going through DMs. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. Let me check on YouTube chat because I'm not on YouTube chat now. Amazing work you've done for the last years. I've been watching your devlogs since the first one. Anyway, I wish you the best with all things, the next things you're making. Thank you, Ramita. I appreciate that. Yeah, Cohen, I didn't see any messages from you. I guess it didn't come through. Feeling feels so good in the game. Thanks, appreciate that. Only thing I don't like is trying to hit moving targets with autos to get my mana back. Yep, I agree. Luckily there's other ways to get mana back, but yeah, that is kind of tricky. I was saying I wasn't sure how heavy your mod presence is on YouTube and figured you might as well add me on here too. Yeah, I guess so. It's funny I didn't recognize who you were for a second. I'm giving you a managing moderator role, Red. And yeah, that's better. Thank you for changing your name. No, you don't have to change your name. That was just confusing for me. Anyway, yeah, you're a moderator on there now. Anyone else who's a moderator on Twitch and wants to be a moderator on YouTube, just message me and I'll grant you. You have to message on YouTube so I can actually get access to your name. Definitely sounds like an upgrade. Okay, so it's similar to how Valheim does it. Except instead of new recipes being added automatically, you need to consume an item to research it. Yeah, okay. So basically, yeah. So there's two parts of this new upgrade, right? So one is researching items to get inspiration points, and the next one is the inspiration board, which is basically going to be this right here. Yeah, so essentially you'll open up like learn, I guess is the way we're gonna call it. So we'll have like craft, research. Oh, maybe the research goes in here. Yeah, actually this makes sense. I think we'll do it in here. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, looks like I've already got this designed, which is nice. So yeah, you'll get these research points right here, or inspiration points. And then basically all of the things in each tier will be locked and potentially like mysteries if they're recipes, right? Past Kindred sure is a smart guy. I know, isn't he? I like Past Kindred. I hope future Kindred is a smart guy too. I hope he can solve all my problems. Anyway, yeah, so these will be like, I assume for like recipes like that you can purchase or unlock later in the game, because I think we're gonna put like every craftable item in here somewhere. And then so it'll show all of the tiers here. Once you have it unlocked, it'll obviously be unlocked and you'll be able to reveal it. Otherwise it'll just be like a silhouette of whatever the item is, and you won't know what it is until you've unlocked it, right? So you'll spend research or the points here, the inspiration points. There's the reason that there's not inspiration points on these other ones is just because mock-up reasons. It's not there. You'll see an inspiration point above every single one probably. And I don't know if we'll have, I don't know if it's going to be like, I don't know. I don't remember, because like obviously we've changed. This is different a little bit, because I think the research thing at this point was designed so you put all like 3 resources from like a new zone in here and then click research and it'll unlock the next tier. I assume, maybe. And maybe it requires 3 specific resources. That actually might be even better, because then I can like literally lock in exactly what I want players to have before they get there. So like, and since you can process resources before you even unlock any recipes or level up, whatever, maybe we'll do something like you have to like not only find the raw material, but then process it into a material, and then you use that to research. That might be the best way to do it. If weapons get randomized stats, I love to keep spending points on the same item to get increased number of stats or increase the damage, maybe a workaround to transmog. Yeah, we could do that. So, all right, so here's the question then. How do we get inspiration points if it's not through researching? Or maybe it is through researching. But then it still feels kind of grindy to me. If you're like crafting things and then researching them, then it's the same kind of grind, right? If that's how you get points to unlock new things. But I guess at the same time, like, it doesn't feel nearly as much of a grind, because you could just make like 3 new things and then research them, and then you get 3 inspiration points to buy 3 new things in that tier, right? That wouldn't be that big of a deal. Another idea is we get inspiration points from discovering anchor shrines. That's one, I remember that's one of the things we were thinking about doing. So we were thinking about locking anchor shrines so you can't reset them until you've unlocked them. And then when you get to the anchor shrine, I'm trying to give you mod. Yeah, there we go. There you go, Angel. You should be a moderator now. Anyway, oh, an arrow. Sorry, I didn't see yours, Sarah. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so the idea is that you lock the anchor shrines so you can't like reset them until you've discovered them, as obviously as a living person. And then once you've discovered them as a living person, you also get inspiration because you've explored, right? And inspiration lets you craft new things. I don't know, you know, maybe what we do is the research doesn't destroy the item. Maybe you like you can only research items you haven't researched before, and you just put like 3 new items in, and it could be like anything related to that craft, right? So like we'll have to go through every single item in the game pretty much and give it like a, well, I guess I think we could probably filter it. So like if you just research any food or ingredient for like cooking, then that would give you research like inspiration points. So it's just like discovering more things lets you like discover more things. Does that make sense? You can go the paleo route and get an inspiration point every time you craft something. Yeah, but then that's just experience, right? That's just grind again. We're back to grinding. That's exactly what we're trying to avoid. We don't want players to have to craft anything. I don't want players, like, if you do the research thing, it means you don't even have to craft at all. You can literally just go find items in the world, research them to get inspiration, and then you use that inspiration to like unlock new recipes. So you don't have to do any crafting that you don't want to. And that's kind of the point. You can and should, everything you craft, you should research. Which also kind of means like we might need to like make the next tiers up, whatever, take more research points. Because if you, so for example, let's say you find you got your wooden sword from the beginning of the game, right? You go in and research it, and now you've got 1 inspiration, then you unlock something, then you craft that, and then you research it, and then you unlock something, you craft that and research it, unlock something, craft that, research it. So it's just like creates an endless loop. So you can just like unlock everything like in that tier, like pretty, like as long as you have the resources to craft it all, you can unlock it all immediately. So maybe we do like, it takes like 2 or something to unlock. I don't know. The problem is like, we also have to be careful of the balance of that, because if it's like, if you have to have double the items, then there's like a weird issue there, right? Like we might run out of items, you might not unlock everything. But I also don't know if I want players to unlock everything. Hey, what's up, Monkey Socks? Love the new crafting menu. Thanks. Yeah, like this is just part of it. We're still gonna have the original crafting menu. It just, there won't be experience involved. So you won't, like, all I'm trying to avoid is players crafting 55 tables, right, to level up. Like that's always driven me nuts. And I honestly I don't like the crafting system right now. It just feels very grindy, and it just feels very, yeah, it's just a grind, right? Like it's annoying if you like, you're like, I want to learn to cook things so I can, you know, survive longer, but you have to go in and like cook like 500 things of honey just to like level up to like unlock a new recipe, and it just feels bad. Like I'd rather players just be able to go through and be like, okay, let's unlock this recipe. This looks cool. And then you unlock it, and then you go from there. Very RuneScape-y, so grindy. Yeah, I don't like it. It was actually based on WoW. Like the original design was based on World of Warcraft. And I think it's fine in World of Warcraft, kind of. The thing about World of Warcraft is like crafting is really good for like, at least in WoW, like classic, like original WoW. It was really good for like, you would craft things and then you'd sell all your stuff that you crafted on like the auction house, right? And that was cool because you like were making things to level up and get better at it, so you can learn new things, but then also turning around and selling them to people who are not doing those things. So it was like this nice like feedback loop, and it was a nice like economic loop, right?
and that feels good. But in our game, most players don't do that stuff, right? You're not like crafting a bunch of tables so you can turn around and give them to other players to like decorate their houses. You're crafting a bunch of tables and you're just gonna go sell them all. So I'm trying to avoid that the best I can. The carpentry UI looks very different from what I remember playing SM about a year or so ago. This isn't in the game yet. This is just a mock-up. This is not what it looks like. This is a mock-up. These are all just like this is a mock-up of what we're trying to do with the new system. Like carpentry is just because that's what thing I was on when I took a screenshot to do this from. And like this is all just pretty sure there's like a and this one. I move these out of the way. There's the old system. It's still sitting there. It's just hidden because it's just a mock-up. So this is not in game yet. This is all just like being theorized right now. My biggest struggle right now is I just want to make sure that the inspiration points make sense. Like unlocking the next tier is great, but I just don't want to unlock every single item at once because it's very overwhelming and it's just a lot of new items you just suddenly unlock. So what I want to do is I just want to make sure that it's like players are careful about what they unlock. And here's another thing is that so this is actually all like almost entirely designed based on Conan Exiles and Ark. So in Conan Exiles and Ark, you level up and you gain like a learning point or whatever. What is it called? I don't know. Basically the same thing, like, right? And then when you hit certain levels, like combat level or just any level, like I think you level up from like building, crafting, cooking, fighting, anything in that game, right? You just level up. You just have like a general level, both those games. And then whenever you level up, you get a point to spend in your crafting thing. And when you hit to like level 10 or whatever, you unlock the next tier. And then you can put points in that one too. And then it eventually becomes like each one costs a lot more points to put points in. And what happens is if you're playing with friends, ideally, because that game's really not meant to be played single player, is you focus on like you start like broad, like you learn all the basic things you need to learn. And then it slowly like becomes like this pyramid where you're like, oh man, I have to put all my points into like this one really cool like weapon that I want to craft. And then your friend's like, cool, I'll put all my points into this other weapon I want to craft or whatever. And you like start really like focusing in on what you want to build, like what kind of crafter you want to be. And so like one of your friends might learn like tailoring or armor smithing or whatever, and you're gonna learn like weapons, and your other friend's like, okay, I'll focus on like cooking or whatever. And so like you focus on one thing and that way you get really good at it. So that's kind of what I want to go with in here too. Like I want to make each tier more and more difficult to like unlock each weapon or whatever, or each recipe. So that way you're like, it's better if you work with a friend to like, each of you like pick a different thing you want to do, right? So you can help each other out. Does that make sense? Early stream today. Yeah, though I'm not sure I like it. I don't know. I guess we're up to like 52 viewers right now, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, I was just thinking that like maybe like afternoon streams were working better, but Abby gets out of school early today, and afternoon streams aren't always ideal, especially since like it means that I can't help with dinner and stuff like that. That I don't know, whatever. For a stream time for Angel. Yeah, I don't know. I like this. I like the stream time. I don't mind it. As long as we get viewers, I don't mind either. Because like, it just sucks when I pick a stream time where we only get like 20 viewers the whole time. I don't really care about viewership. It's just sort of like, that's part of the reason I stream, is like to make sure more people hear about the game and everything, and you guys get a chance to like have a say in it. So solo player will still be viable. Yeah, you'll just have to pick what you want to do. When are you going to add a battle pass? I'm not going to add a battle pass. Literally never adding a battle pass of any sort. It would never work either. Even if I wanted to add a battle pass, the game is entirely saved locally on your end. So like there's no server you connect to like there's no server authoritative checks or anything like that. So if I added a battle pass and I was like, cool, now you can play to unlock these new things, you could just go in and cheat and get the things, and anyone could if they wanted to. Okay, I don't like the push notifications. They're a waste of my time. I guess it's nice because I remember that someone's chatting, but that's about it. Okay, my recommendation would be Deconstructing loot gives you inspiration points because as you quest, you will get a bunch of loot. Might as well give it another use. Get a small amount of resources back and get points. I think the problem with that is that, like, like a lot of quests give you like a weapon or whatever, and you don't want to deconstruct that weapon because it's probably a unique weapon. If you're gonna get a weapon from a quest, it's very likely unique. You can't get anywhere else, right? It's pretty rare that you just get like a standard like sword from a quest that you can just go and craft too. Craft, like, things you craft is pretty much different than things you can get from quests. Things you can craft and things you can buy are the same. Usually you can craft more things than you can buy, I think, especially with like you definitely can. But I get the impression now that even though they have announced 3 expansions for WoW, that it's on a downward trend overall. It's like Final Fantasy too much better MMO space these days. I don't know. Sounds like we need crafting skill trees. This is a crafting skill tree. It's like the same thing. There could be crafting skill trees. It's as easy as just making them, because like if there's not a skill tree when you click, so if you click on the we need to fix how this works because it's kind of a mess. But if you click on your class like level or your class skill in the skills menu, I forgot I had this open. I'm glad I do. If you click on here and you click on one of these, it drops this down. But if there's a skill tree associated with it, it'll open over here, and then you can put your points in or whatever. So if there's, all we have to do is make a skill tree for one of these, and then you just click it and it'll open up. That's gonna work. Like it'll be easy to make those skill trees. It's just gonna be like, well, if we make those skill trees, I have to make one for every single class or every single crafting thing. Wait, hold on. Did I have way too many in there? I did, didn't I? Is that still bugged? I thought we fixed that. Oh no, it's not. I'm just seeing things that you guys aren't seeing. Actually, do you guys see these? Do you guys see mount fishing and bug catching? And tinkering? I hope not. You're not supposed to see those. Not that you can level them up or anything, but like they shouldn't be in there. I don't know why they're showing for me. I think I remember that being an issue, but it's just for testers, or it's just for, yeah, I think it's just for testers. Yeah, it is. I remember. Because it doesn't show skills you haven't unlocked yet, and you can't unlock those skills. It's not possible to unlock them, so that's why it's showing for me, because we have it set up so that it shows all your skills. So that way, if you start a new character as a tester, you can just level yourself up real quick to test something. That's the point of it. How do you think the raid from Tuesday turned out? Pretty well. The guy messaged me and said that he thanked me for a key. I sent him a key to the game. I actually sent him 2 keys, and then he thanked me for the key and said he'd let me know if he was going to stream it. I don't know if he will, but if he streams it, that's great. That's awesome. If he doesn't, oh well. At least, like, some people are asking about the game, so maybe it got a sale. Not Visible Online builds. Okay, thank you. RuneScape tried to do a battle pass a month ago. The community hated it, and they have scrapped that idea. Not every game needs to be Fortnite. Yeah, agreed. There's no reason to have battle pass. Sometimes I think people ask. Also, good morning. Yeah, I think sometimes people ask me things like that just to see like if I'm gonna like sell out, right? They're just like, when's the battle? When are you gonna do a battle pass? And I'm gonna tell them, and then they're gonna be like, "Yep, I knew it. I knew this game was gonna be garbage." That's what I think is happening. Necromancy skill in RuneScape. As you fight with Necromancy, you get experience, and when you pass a threshold, you get a talent point, which you can use to get skills in Necromancy. However, each point you gain, the more experience you need to get another talent point. So you can choose to go level by level of skill, or miss certain skills on a tier and go back later to get the ones you missed. Yeah, that's just a pretty like basic like skill tree. Anyway, yeah, so I like the like we designate each research point or each research tier. So like tier 1 will just be unlocked, but tier 2, to unlock 2 tier, you have to research, and it'll just be like, we'll just have these in here grayed out. Did I just?
Oh, is this in our music? That freaked me out. I was like, who's talking to me? Have you mentioned the procedural boss fights idea to anyone and see the general perception of an idea like that? When you hold on, Elliot, because I don't remember what you mean exactly by procedural boss fights. If you mean like world, like every once in a while a boss that will just pop up in the world somewhere. Yeah, we've talked about that many times before. The Boar King is a perfect example of that. Like, the original idea was the Boar King wouldn't be there at all, and then randomly at certain times or random occasions or whatever, he would show up, and then you'd have to like go back and check all the time to see if he's there. And then once he's there, then you're like, okay, now there's a Boar King like boss here. I gotta fight this guy. And then you'd go grab all your friends and go fight him and be a boss fight. And that was supposed to be the same for a bunch of other like bosses too. It's just that by the time we got done with Azura, we didn't have the time to do all the fun things that I wanted to do. Like, the original single player game also had bandit camps, and they would basically start as like these little, like just a handful of bandits with like a tent. And then if you left them alone for too many days, they would level up. And then each day or each couple, I think it was like every like day, they would level up again. And once they hit like a different certain level, then it would load in another sub level, which would be like, it would get rid of the tent and put in like a little like, you know, like a wooden stake wall or whatever, right? And like a little fort. And then it would also spawn like a chest, right? And then you let it go longer, and then like that turns into like a bigger fort, right? And now there's more bandits spawning, and there's like a couple chests or whatever. And then you let it go longer, and now it's turned into like a castle. And like these bandit groups would just like build up this society, and there'd be like a bunch of resources in there you could gather, and a bunch of like loot you could get, and then like maybe even spawn like a mini boss. That was like the original idea for the game, and that was like the core mechanic of the game. And then when we started like putting the game together, that just kind of got left behind because we ran out of time to do it, and then it just never went in the game. So like there's a lot of things like that, especially like the world bosses that we're supposed to be in, and then we just never got them in. So it's something I would like to do, but it's also like not something that's necessary for completing the game, and so probably not going to happen for a while. There are some things like I have like a noodle cart, right, that we modeled on stream a while back, and it's like done and ready to go in. I think we even made like recipes for it, and it's supposed to be just like randomly spawn in Sleepy Haven on certain days. And I like this building system for that would be like super easy, and I just haven't got around to it yet. So like I have like the core system built for it. Like I have like a random like event manager kind of thing for that kind of thing to happen. It's just I've never like hooked it up, actually got it working yet. Not that I've tried, it's just I haven't got around to trying or even doing it. So yeah, like there's lots of things like that I would like to add, but also like, and even this crafting system, like this is so like unnecessary. Like it would make the game better, but it's unnecessary to get the game to 1.0, which is like really the main goal right now. So this is like why this has been pushed off, but it is something that I've been wanting to do, and I do think will make the game feel a lot better. There's like a whole game in itself. Oh yeah, the bandit camp thing. Yeah, it is. That was like the core of the game. That was like the original like core of the game, is that like the whole like Owen's missing, and so like all these like enemies are like creeping up, and so there was like monster dens and like bandit camps and stuff, and that's like how the whole game was supposed to function. Is you would just like, there was like a hub town, and you would go out and explore and find cool stuff, and then like if you left the bandit camps like unchecked, they would get really strong, and eventually they were supposed to like raid the town and stuff too, and you lose like yeah, like I don't know, stuff was supposed to happen. Anyway, that didn't happen. I'm kind of glad it didn't happen because it'd be a lot of work, but maybe one day. I think work on stuff that makes this process fun and exciting for you. It gives you more motivation to continue. Yeah, agreed. That'd be a fun S&M spinoff. Yeah, I have like a million ideas for Swords Magic spinoffs. Actually, hold on. We're gonna take a big sidestep here, because I've had this idea for a while, and I've been meaning to bring it up on stream, and now like this is the perfect time to do it. It's a good segue. Make the tiers collapsible. Yeah, probably. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, so here's my crazy idea. I've been trying to think of like a good way to market this, and I've been considering doing a demo for a while. I do think a demo would help a lot, because then people could like, it's early access, right? So a lot of people are like, I don't know if I trust an early access game. It's probably garbage, you know?
whatever. They don't read the reviews, I guess. I don't know. And two, I just think it would like kind of lower the barrier to entry because you could jump in, try the game for a little bit, and then decide if you like it from there. You don't have to like spend the money and then refund it if you didn't like it. However, the problem with a demo, and this is why I've always disliked a demo, is because I've played like every Next Fest, I play a whole bunch of demos, right? And almost every single demo I've played has been enough to like, especially like the bigger demos, like when they're like 3 or 4 hours of a demo, it's enough to like, it's like a taste test, right? But it's enough that I'm not hungry anymore. You know what I mean? Like you walk by something in like, you know, Costco or whatever, like a sample, and you like smell it and you're like, oh man, that smells so good. Like I want to try that. But it's like, you're not really hungry. You just want to try it. And then when you try it, you're not hungry anymore at all. And you've tried it now. And then you don't want to buy it because it's like, I'm good now. Right. So that's what I feel like with demos a lot of times is like, I will play a demo and it'll be enough to like curb my appetite. And then I don't feel like I need to buy the game because I've tried it and that's all I needed. Right. So I feel like I would have bought a lot more games from Next Fest if I couldn't have played it, if I didn't play it first and I just built up in my mind what I thought it was. Right. And a lot of the times, like, it sucks when you build up that idea of what you think something's going to be like in your head, because then it's not really like that. And then you're disappointed. However, a lot of the times it's still good. It's just not exactly what you thought it was going to be. And then you don't like, it's not like it's bad. So it's like, you need to refund it. It's just not exactly what you thought it was going to be, but it's still good. Anyway, my point is, my idea was this. What if, and this is crazy, what if I took Swords and Magic and built a new level, like a new map, right? A new zone, just a very small zone, like half of like Delver's Pass, right? Like it's very small, a handful of secrets, like a small quest line, and then like that's like it, right? Maybe like one housing plot, kind of. But the goal is we build a mini zone. It's a prologue to the game, right? So it's like an intro to the game, a prologue that basically tells a story of where you came from before you took the boat to Azura or to Tirwin, right? And wanted to, like, with Sen. So like Sen will be in this map with you, right? Again, like you guys are besties, so you're gonna be together. And then after it's done, like we obviously get it tested and everything, play through it, make sure it's all good or whatever. And then it's not available to anyone in Swords and Magic. But what we do is we take that, we package it up, and we release it as a free game on Steam. Separate game entirely, separate like Steam ID and everything, like entirely free game. And we promote it as a free game, and it's like a few hours of content, 4 or 5 hours of content, whatever, and people can play it. And then when they get to the end of it, or even like the start screen, right? We promote Swords and Magic, and we're like, hey, check out the full game Swords and Magic, or check out like the sequel or whatever to this Swords and Magic. Here's a link, you can buy it now, whatever. And we like push it, and at the end, when they get to the end of it, they'll be like, check out Swords and Magic if you want to continue your journey or whatever. And then we ideally let players transfer their character. Like, I don't think there'd be a problem with it because it'd be built in the exact same thing. So it'd just both have to be updated at the same time. Well, yeah, as long as we don't change any like core mechanics, it would be fine. But maybe, I don't know, we'll see. It'd be cool if they could transfer their character over, but not really necessary. Anyway, so that's the idea, is like a free game, because free games do so much better on Steam. Like, it doesn't matter how bad the game is. If it's free, it's going to get thousands of like plays and like reviews, right? Because it's free. Everyone's going to play it. And it's so much easier to get like YouTubers and streamers and stuff to play a free game because they don't have to ask for a key. You don't have to send them a key. They'll just see it and try it and whatever, right? I've thought about making the tutorial a demo, but like, I don't know. That's probably what we would do. It's just, I don't know if the tutorial gives a really good representation of what the rest of the game is like either, but yeah, either way. So yeah, the idea of the free game is that like it gets a ton of plays and a ton of views and then just a ton of attention to Swords and Magic. And then I know only a chunk of people are going to play Swords and Magic, but it's basically, that's the demo, right? But it's a free game. I don't know. Plus you can launch the free game. Yes, and launches, yeah, exactly. That's another big thing, right? A launch for a new game is much bigger. I mean, it's going to be free. We're not going to make any money. There's no ads. It's just completely free. The only ad or whatever, or like in-app purchase, whatever, is just sending you to the Steam page for Swords and Magic. So you might buy that if you want more. That's it. I was actually very surprised by how quality it made the game feel. Cool. Yeah, I mean, if you think that the tutorial is a good enough demo, then that would be cool. Think about it like this. Hold on, let me catch up on chat. Let me double check YouTube chat. You had this idea before? Yeah, I've had it before. I don't know if I ever brought it up on Steam or anything. I think I might have talked about it in like Mod Lounge or the Dedicate testing chat or something. How do you keep yourself away from going crazy while developing new things for Swords Magic that just don't want to work the way you want them to work? And YouTube chat is so annoying with this stupid little heart thing at the bottom. Like, it's just so dumb. I don't know why people are not complaining more about this dumb little heart that's like in the way of chat. Like, how have they not fixed this yet? It's so stupid. YouTube is like the biggest website on the internet, and they, I don't know, whatever. How do I not go crazy? Do you mean like with feature creep? Or do you just mean like when something isn't like I talked on Twitch ages ago? I probably did. I don't know, it's been a while. If you're talking about like whenever I build something in game, it works usually the way I want it to work, and if it doesn't, then it depends. Like, if it like I don't think I've ever built something that just didn't work at all the way I wanted it to, and if it did, we just probably scrapped it or like fixed it to make it work how we wanted. It's pretty rare that I make something that doesn't work how I want it to work, because I've hit that level. Like, there's this like certain point in programming or just game development or art or anything you're at, where you get to a level where anything you see in your head, you can, like, if you can visualize it, you can bring it to life. Like, I never got to that point with like drawing, but I heard about it all the time. And then it clicked for me when I was like programming and doing like vector art and 3D modeling. Like, I remember hitting that point and being like, wow, it's no longer me like trying to figure out how to do things. Now it's just like doing the things. So at a point, you're gonna get to a point in programming or game development or art or whatever, where you can just visualize something in your head, think about how it's going to work, and as long as you've thought through it enough, then you can just bring it to life. And that doesn't mean like it always works exactly how you think. Like I can plan through like a design, like a game design over my head, and think about how I want it to work. And then when I'll like prototype it, and it's like not fun at all, right? And that happens all the time outside of Swords of Magic. Like any other new game I make, usually it's not fun, and it was just an experiment to see if it worked. But Swords of Magic is different because one, it's like, I don't know, maybe I'm just good at making RPGs, maybe, but to me it's like really easy to make things work in Swords of Magic because it's just like, it's like a game with like a ton of stuff in it, and so it's just really, I don't know, it's like anything I come up with for Swords of Magic basically just works, right? Because like it all like fits together, and it's really easy to just be like, oh, this is a cool idea, let's add this. And none of them are like super crucial to the game either, right? Like, the game is really like, go explore, that's the game. And then all the little things you can do in the game are just like they're like subsystems of the core game loop itself. And so it's easier to build those little subsystems, because if it's not perfect, like our crafting system right now, we're overhauling it because it's not perfect. But like, just because like if the whole crafting system was the game, then it probably would flop, right? Because like it's not perfect, it's not great, it's not like incredibly fun. But when it like is just a subsystem and like an addition to the exploration part, which is the game, it just adds to it, right? And there are some things that we have in the game that could have like subtracted from, I guess, if they were poorly implemented. But I guess we just haven't poorly implemented anything yet. I don't know. And yeah, how do I keep from feature creep? I can't. I wish I could. Feature creep's really bad, especially in this game, because it's like, just go explore, that's the game. And then it's like, oh, it would be cool if you were exploring, you found this or this or this or this or this. And there's just a million things that I'd love to add to the game. I think the biggest reason I don't just keep feature creeping is because we run out of money, right? Like, I can't just keep working on like a new cool feature, because I need to get to the 1.0. And also like the core thing right now that we're working on is like new content. And so like, if I don't get new content out, then people don't keep buying the game, and I'll never get to 1.0, and then people will never buy the game, and then like I'll lose my house. Like, this pays all my bills. So if I was doing this as a passion, like, it is a passion project, but if I was doing this as like a hobby project just for fun, and I kept doing the feature creep thing, then the game would never launch, right? And that's the problem, I think. So yeah, I don't know, I guess you just got to look at it like, sometimes you just have to light a fire, right? Or you have to like recognize the fire. Like if you want to try to make a game so you can make money, so you can like, you know, sustain your life or whatever, or pay your bills or whatever, and you want to do that for a living, then you have to realize, like, I don't know, like, I guess sometimes you need to kind of throw yourself into the fire a little bit so you can like focus on what you need to focus on. Because like, so when we were gonna launch this game, it was nowhere near ready to be like launched, in my opinion. Like it just wasn't like, it wasn't there yet. It was pretty buggy. It was honestly missing a bunch of stuff. It was pretty bad. But Jana, my wife, was like, you just need to launch it, and it doesn't really matter if it's finished because you're launching it in early access anyway, so just launch it. And so like a couple weeks before launch, I was like, we need to delay this, it's not ready. And then she was like, no, you're not doing that. This is the deadline, this is what you set. You're gonna have to work hard, but you're gonna have to finish it, so just go do it. And we did, and we finished what we need to finish, and we launched it, and it was okay. It wasn't great, it could have been much better, but like it did well. And then we immediately turned around and like fixed a bunch of stuff, right? So anyway, think about it like this: if someone played the demo and thinks they got enough out of the demo content to not buy it, then someone who buys it with the same mentality would return it all the same. I don't think so. I don't think that's true. I think the majority of people don't refund games, and I know that because we have a ton of people who only have like an hour or two in the game, right? Like probably a couple hundred people, and they haven't refunded it, right? So like I feel like if you were there's like a handful of people who would do that, who would just like, well, I didn't really like the game, or like that was enough for me, I'm gonna refund it now. I think most people have a conscience, right? And they look at it like, well, I just played this game for 2 hours, and just because I'm bored of it doesn't mean the game was bad, and so I'm not gonna refund it and get my money back because I just spent 2 hours in it. You know what I mean? It's like going to get a steak dinner and like eating the potatoes and just being like, I want my money back. Like you don't do that, right? People don't do that. So I don't know. I guess I'm just saying, I don't think that's going to happen. I think if you play a demo, you don't have any you don't have to go out of your way to refund the demo, right? To not play it anymore. You just don't play it anymore. You just uninstall it, right? And that's really most people don't even do that if they run out of room on their computer, right? Like I forget all the time that I haven't uninstalled demos on my computer. So like, I think that there's a bar there, right? Like you have to, like, it's harder to go out of your way to refund a game that you didn't like or that you played for an hour and a half. So I think if you pay for the game already, you've already like passed that bar, right? You've already gone above and beyond what you needed to do. And so you're going to keep playing the game, or you're maybe not keep playing the game, but you've already bought the game. You're not going to go any further to like refund it unless you really don't like it. Like if you're really like, maybe you're really tight on money, or you just really didn't like the game and you know you're not going to play it again, or it was misleading or just really bad or whatever, right? But like usually if the game is good, you already went out of your way to spend the money on the game, and you spent an hour or two in the game, you're probably not going to refund it. But if you played those 2 hours in a demo, you're not like, so you played the demo and now you have to go out of your way to go buy the game again and then start over, basically, because the demo usually doesn't carry across. So now you got to start over again. So now the barrier is much harder to pass, right? In my opinion. And I think there's a lot of times where you play the demo and go, that was really fun, I really want to play more, and you will buy the game. But I'm gonna guess it's probably a toss-up. Like that, I would say it's probably 50-50. People who will buy or play the demo, enjoy it, and then just not buy the game, versus people who will play the demo, enjoy it so much they want to buy the game, and then they can still refund it. But then like the chance of them refunding is even slimmer then, because it's like they've already tackled two hoops, you know, they've already jumped through 2 hoops to play the game. Sorry, I'm rambling a lot today. Tutorial's really good. If you release this but change some game mechanics to the base game, you could run into issues with customer reviews. But yeah, but I wouldn't do that. And if I change the mechanics in one game, I'd change it in the other one. So the thing is, ideally what I would do is I would set it up so it was in the exact same project, right? Like I would just go in here and be like, okay, let's just let's go make a new level, right? I make a new level and I go in there and build a new zone out of it, right? So it's in the same zone or in the same game as this, with the same mechanics, with the same items. And I wouldn't even make new items for that area. Maybe I would, but probably not. If I made new items in that area, like it would also get packaged into the new game too, so it wouldn't be a big deal. The only problem is if I did go change core mechanics, like change the core mechanics or anything like major that would like affect that prologue game, I'd have to go package the prologue game and put an update out for that too. Which would likely happen, right? Like I would likely go in like the skill trees or whatever, right? Though I don't think they're absolutely necessary to go in the prologue. Like you probably don't need skill trees in the prologue since you're only going to get like one little zone and it's probably not enough to like have the skill trees in there. It would still be nice just to show players like, yeah, there are skill trees. But ideally players can't like go past like level 10 in the prologue, right? So like having skill trees is probably unnecessary anyway. But it would be nice to show those off so players know they're there. But since it's not like a demo, it's meant to be an entire game, a full game with a boss fight and everything, I assume. Like, yeah, like I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Oh yeah, and that's another thing, right? Like the free game would take, it would be like a shield against negative reviews, right? Because if you played the free game first and you hated it, then yeah, you might leave a negative review on that, and that's fine. And a lot of people will, because that's just how free games work. Whenever you have like thousands of people buying and playing a game, like thousands and thousands, you're gonna get more negative reviews, because for every 10 people, there's gonna be one asshole, right? And that's just how life is. And even if like your game is great and they actually couldn't find anything bad with it, like they're still gonna leave a negative review. We have people who left, like I have a guy who left a negative review who said there are women in this game, 0 out of 10. That was our review, right? It doesn't matter how good the game was. Like the only thing we could have done is removed all of the female look. There's not even women in the game, right? There's no gender in Swords and Magic. Like the characters don't have genders. They are just feminine or masculine or ambiguous. It does, like they're all over the board, right? And that was like I mean, they do have pronouns. They do say they're called he and she and stuff. But like there's not female, right? Anyway, but like that's the whole point, is like they're gonna leave negative reviews regardless. But if we did the prologue thing, that would take the brunt of the reviews, because the people who played the prologue and hated it or just wanted to leave nasty reviews or whatever are gonna do that. They're probably not going to turn around and then go buy the actual game if they didn't like it and then leave negative reviews on it, right? So like that could also be a nice like little shield for negative reviews, because only the people who really liked the prologue are going to go play the actual game, and then the chance of them leaving a negative review is a lot slimmer. They will still, because there's a lot of people who are like, I played this game for 80 hours and I absolutely love it, but in this last update there was a bug, and so now I was, you know, playing the game and one of my items is a little bit less powerful now, so I'm leaving a negative review. And it's just like something like that, right? It's always something like really minor and like dumb, and it's like you played 80 hours and loved it, and now there's like one little thing about the game you don't like and you've left a negative review now. And it's like, I think what it is people think that if they leave a negative review, then their review will be seen, and they won't be seen if it's positive, which is absolutely wrong. I read every single review I've read at least once. And yes, the negative reviews do hit hard, right? Like I can read 20 positive reviews and love it, and the second I read a negative one, it's just like crushes me. Like it ruins the whole day, right? And like some days I have to like literally avoid reviews, or I'll have Jana read me just the good ones because I can't take a negative one that day. And then it happens. And there are times where it's like she'll read a negative review and be like, hey, we need to fix this thing. And we'll go fix that thing. And then the next like week or whatever, after we get an update out, I'll respond to that review and I'll be like, hey, we fixed this thing. Sorry about that. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time in the game. I hope you give it another shot. You know, let me know what you think. And then half the time they change it, half the time they don't. What if you could do something to update the demo from time to time, like the timelines in Crash Bandicoot 4, so you're getting more of the prologue as you play through the main game, like memories of that time for your character? Maybe. Time I'm streaming to? I don't know. I don't really have a time in mind. Abby gets out of school in an hour-ish. So I would say that's probably the minimum. But if Jana wasn't feeling good this morning, so and so I had to take Abby to school. But so as long as she's feeling better, then I'll stream through that probably, but we'll see. Can I ask what software you use to do vector art? Yeah, I use Affinity Designer. Before that I used Inkscape, and I used that for a long time, and then I switched to Affinity when it kind of started getting bigger, and I like it a lot. I have not switched to Affinity 2, mostly just money reasons. I think it's like $80 to upgrade, and I just don't have the money right now to do that, so I'm not switching, but I would like to. Received 100 messages today in restream chat. That's cool. Back to the demo business. Done well. Re-enshrouded. It makes people want to play the game even more. I think a prologue could be fun. Yeah, and that's another thing is, so I do want to play the whole game of Enshrouded because the world is huge and I want to go explore more, right? So I probably will be buying Enshrouded. The demo, yeah, I don't know. I don't like, actually that Enshrouded did a good job. Like, Enshrouded is probably one of the only games recently I've played where I've been like, yeah, I'm gonna buy this full game. Maybe. The baby's making noise. I think Witch Hand is one that I probably buy the full game of. No, maybe not. Maybe not actually, because Jana and I both played Witch Hand. I played for like 2 hours, and then she played, and in like half an hour she was further than I was in 2 hours. She's insane. I don't know how she's good at games like that, or how she's so good at games like that. Same with Stacklands. I played Stacklands for like 3 or 4 hours, and I was like, this game's so cool, and I showed it to her, and then she's like, oh, I'm gonna try it, and like within an hour she like had the whole game like almost beat, and then like the next day like the whole game was completely finished, and she'd done like way more than I ever even thought was in the game, and she's like, I want more games like this. So we're actually considering making a Stacklands like clone, by the way. Yeah, been considering that for a while. May have already started prototyping it. I don't know. It was kind of a secret. I didn't want to tell anyone, but now the cat's out of the bag. Anyway, but yeah, there's like, I don't know. That's one of those games, like we played the Witch Hand demo, and there's so much in the demo that I don't feel like I need to buy the game now. Like I would maybe because I really liked it, but also, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I need to buy it to get more out of the game. I don't know. Demos used to be like one level, right? Like demos used to be like this really little thing, and you just get like a bite-sized taste of a game to just see what it was. And then like you'd almost always get to the end of the demo and be like, oh man, I really want to know what happens next. And then you'd want to buy the game. Like you'd get right to a boss fight or whatever, and then it would end, right? Like you wouldn't even get to fight the boss. So there was no like climax. Like you just like got right to the cusp, and then like boom, like you're done. Like you don't get to like finish that game, right? So then you want to buy it so you can finish it. And I feel like demos now are just kind of like open-ended, and you can just play forever. And then it's like you find one feature and it's like, oh, this is locked until the full game, and then you're like, okay, well darn, I don't get to experience that one feature. So I think it really depends. You have to be really careful with the demo. I think I didn't like about the demo was the boss fight at the end. I was playing on the difficulty below Forgotten. Wait, you mean the tutorial? And I didn't get hit by the boss once. I know it's supposed to be an easy tutorial boss, but it felt a bit static. Well, yeah, the point of that boss fight is he's not really intended to be like a huge boss fight, right? He's like a mini boss. He could be a bigger boss and he could be crazier, but also, yeah, he's not really like intended to like go ham on you, because it's not supposed to be a challenge. You're really supposed to get out of there without any problems. And the reason for that is because you have to go through it, right? So you don't have to go fight the next boss, which is called Grimwick. You don't have to go fight him. He's totally optional. You don't have to go fight the Gatekeeper. That's optional. But to get into the game, to actually play the game, you do have to fight that boss. And if we made him any harder, we already had one negative review saying he was too hard. So if we made him any harder and there was actually a struggle there and people had would die or whatever, I really think that would leave. We'd just like stop a bunch of people. Like it just, I don't know. Like, I guess maybe we could do a thing where if he's more difficult, no, it's not worth the effort. I don't know. I don't know how to fix that. I don't think it was clear with it being a demo. Hold on. He just walks towards you always, no dynamic movement or anything. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we could fix it. Doesn't matter. The negative review shield is a great point. Yeah, I didn't think about that until just today, but that's It's actually a pretty smart. I honestly think that the prologue thing is like a separate game is is a really smart move. Like I've been thinking about it a lot and really been wanting to do it. I don't think I was clear with it not being a demo. Let's say I play the prologue game and then I buy the main game or launch, but you change the questing system to be super handholdy for some reason. I would be, well, yeah, I'm not going to do that though. I mean, like that point aside, like other things, I wouldn't do that. Like if we change something mechanic wise, like major, then we would change it in both games. It like, and also I'm not going to like change the game to the point where I think it would be bad. We always get feedback before we change anything, right? Almost everything we put in the game, other than like almost any like major thing we put in the game, I almost always post in like Swords of Magic, or at least dedicated testers or something, ask for opinions first. Like it used to be the team I'd ask, and then when I go to other people when if there was any controversy, if it wasn't like oh, yeah, we're doing that for sure. But now I just usually just go to the dedicated testers, and then I'll sometimes go to Swords of Magic chat for like big things. You could also do a return home DLC when you travel back to the prologue and see how things change. That'd be cool. But yeah, I would never just like do a total flip and change things like that. What's up, Nathan? Sorry, I'm not great about YouTube. Anyway, I'm not great about YouTube chat because I have it open on a different screen today. I was trying to merge chats and apparently didn't work what I was trying to do. So luckily YouTube chat is very slow today, and it usually is. So new letter you get from mom in the old tutorial is a magical portal to the prologue area. Remember when you could only play a demo at Walmart? I remember getting, like, I remember the biggest demo in my head is like the Tony Hawk Pro Skater demo, and I 100% bought that game because of the demo. Like they give you one level, right, and like 1 or 2 skaters, I think it was. That was it, and you just like, that was it. That's all you got to try, and then like you just knew the rest of the game was going to be insane, and it wasn't. It was okay. There was like 1 or 2 other levels that were good, but yeah, like it was enough to like I don't know. It was enough to like get your feet wet, but not enough that you felt like you were done, you know? Could do what Elden Ring does. If you die, you still go to the mainland. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe. I feel like that's the problem with that is I think it's misleading for how like the game works. I don't want players to think that, oh, I died. Oh, but I did. Well, first of all, I think it's really dissatisfying if you beat a boss, or if you don't beat a boss and you lose, and then you just get teleported past it anyway. Hey, Boogly, thank you so much for the subscription. Appreciate it. I don't know if that was, hold on. Yes, I do. Oh, it was just a YouTube subscriber. Thank you. Sorry, I get the same notification if it's a sub on Twitch, which is $5 a month on Twitch and free on YouTube. So, which, by the way, I just want to say, we get more subscriptions on Twitch, which costs $5 a month, than we do on YouTube, which are free. I've been looking at my numbers, and I lose like every time I post a video, I lose like 30 subscribers on YouTube, and I'm just like, I'm getting like all like mostly positive reviews. Like people are like giving them thumbs up, and I can see the thumbs down. There's like rarely any, and I'm getting like thousands of views, yet people are unsubscribing. I don't understand what's going on YouTube right now. I don't know. I posted a thing about like when like a few years from now when we hit 50,000 subscribers, what should we do for it? Because I thought maybe that would promote people to like, they want to like subscribe now. But I have a feeling that I posted that and people are like, oh, have I not unsubscribed from that guy yet? I need to unsubscribe from him. I'm just gonna lose more subscribers. Anyway, I don't know how I feel about Elden Ring doing it like that. One, Elden Ring is a hardcore game where if you screw up, you miss out, and that's it, right? You can lose everything if you die. Swords of Magic does not do that. And so I don't know if I like the idea that players lose and then just get teleported anyway, because then they are going to be looking at that like, oh, so if I die to a fight, I don't get to try again. I don't know. I feel like that's just, people are just going to have negative reviews. And also I have to write that in somehow, and then I got to change how like the whole death system works. Like it's not worth the effort. There's like it's tricky, but we're at a point with the game's development, and pretty much this is the same with any game and any at most development phases, where like you really have to weigh the pros and cons of changing things like that, and you have to really think about how long it's going to take you to do things like that, because this game is massive, and there are at any given time there's hundreds of things I could be working on. There's a ton of bugs I could be fixing. I could be working on the new crafting system. I could be working on a new zone. I could work on the new, like, anything, right? There's so many things I could be working on, tweaking, fixing, upgrading, whatever. And if I'm not really careful about it, and by the way, just so you guys know, streaming time is like my safe zone. I can work on whatever I want during stream. It doesn't matter, because I'm like promoting the game, doing community management, things like that. So like I'm safe, right? Like I can do whatever I want right now. When the stream goes off, then I have to prioritize again. But you just have to be really careful, right? Like I can't go back and say, you know, this would be a good idea, and spend a week like reworking the boss fight in the tutorial area, because that's a whole week of like an update. And then I'll push that update and people will be like, one thing went in this update and it was a boss fight. Like you modified the boss fight, and now like something I've already done in the game and I'm probably not going to do again in the game. And even if I do, like it's like a 5 minutes of content that might be a little bit better for like a week of work, you know? And like, what if that introduces more bugs? That could be 2 weeks of work, right? Like I just have to be very, very careful with what I work on in this game. And most of the time, the safe bet is work on the new zone, right? Like that's usually like the safest bet. If I'm working on something that is already in the game and is already functioning and already working, I'm probably working on the wrong thing. And yes, that's 100% the crafting system, right? The game works with the crafting system as it is, and I probably shouldn't be messing with a new one, but it's like one of those things where I do think it'll change the quality of life of the game quite a bit. Like, because so changing a boss fight, making the boss fight better, yes, that helps. That'll definitely make the game better for 5 minutes in that one area, in that one zone, at that one time. However, players are never going to remember that boss fight, and even if they do, it's not gonna, even if I go make that the best boss fight they've ever played in their entire life, then I have to go and match it with, then the graveyard fight has to be 10 times better, because it's like much harder and like further in the game, right? And it is, but still, like I'd have to even make that one even better, and then I have to go make the gatekeeper fight even better than that. So like it just like leads to, like, it's just not good. But if I change the crafting system, you're gonna be crafting through the whole game, right? So if I spend a week on a new crafting system, like the tutorial has crafting, the zone right after that has crafting, the zone after that has crafting, you're gonna be crafting the whole game, so that like making that feel really good amplifies the entire game. Everything is better now. Whereas changing that one boss fight, it only affects that boss fight. It's a closed system. Sorry, I know I'm like really hammering this home. I'm sorry, Elliot. I'm not trying to like you know, rag on you about it. That wasn't my intention. I was just explaining like my thought process. You launch the prologue. That is not a demo or early access. It's your first impression of Swords of Magic for a lot of new players. So going back and changing game mechanics of a launched game would be extremely poor form. So you have to be 100% sure you are happy with those mechanics, because you'll kill your player base if you change mechanics to a launched game. Why? I don't think it matters. It's a free game, first of all. It's free. It's not like someone paid money and then I go back and change something and then they don't like it and then they want their money back. Like, it's free. They don't have to play it anymore if they don't want to, right? All they lost was their time, but they lost their time during a point when they enjoyed the game a lot. So if they don't enjoy the game now, then they just don't spend any more time, right? They don't lose anything. And also, if you update a game that's finished, that's how you get the Labor of Love award on Steam, right? When they do the Steam Awards, that's the Labor of Love award, is updates on games that are already finished, even if it means fixing bugs or whatever. Like World of Warcraft is a finished game. They add new content and change mechanics all the time. I can't tell you how many times they've changed the like talent system in that game. It's been like 6 times. And I hate it now. Like, it's terrible now compared to what it used to be. You used to have all this freedom to like all the different skills you can learn and stuff, and now you don't have any of that freedom. So like, but guess what? They're still making millions of dollars a year. Like, and maybe some of those changes have reduced sales or whatever, but I doubt it. Like, and even if it did, it's fine. People are still loving the game and playing it. And I'm not saying in World of Warcraft, but even if you scale that down to like our game, like, yeah, we might lose a handful of players because we changed that, but I don't think it's gonna matter. My feelings are just crushed. That's why I think community voting is so important. I mean, yeah, but I think the problem is, I don't know. In a game like old school RuneScape, the reason the community voting works so well is because, so they made RuneScape, they've made a whole bunch of diehard fans, and then they made RuneScape 2, whatever, RuneScape 3, I don't know what they're at now. And then a bunch of people were like, I want the old school RuneScape back, right? And so they did that. They launched the old school RuneScape again or whatever, and then a bunch of those diehard fans went back to playing it. But then they run out of content, right? And there's nothing else to do in it. So to keep that game alive, they need to add more content. So the reason that they take votes is because all those players that are playing it have been playing it since day one. They're hardcore fans. They know what they want. They know what the game is like, and that's why they're the only ones playing the game, right? It's pretty rare that there's like a new player checking out old school RuneScape and like getting hooked on it. I mean, maybe, I don't know. They must be getting new players, but I'm just saying, like, the majority of their player base is gonna be hardcore, like diehard fans, right? And so they do the voting because if they change something about it, it ruins the whole game, right? Like, it can ruin everything. And that's why the hardcore fans don't play the new RuneScape, because they change things. But then there's a bunch of players who are playing the new stuff because they want more of a streamlined experience. So they have this two separate places, and like they can innovate and change and do all kinds of fun stuff on the RuneScape 3 or whatever on the new version, because it's a kind of experimental, and like players are more forgiving and they're like okay with it. But the old school one, they're diehard, right? They're stuck in the old ways. They want the game to remain like in the state it was in, but new content, and it has to match that. So they do the voting, and that way, like, they won't, I mean, like, most of the time they won't vote for something they don't actually want. The problem is that we don't have diehard fans like that size. So if we do voting, so let's just say I go start a poll right now on Discord. I'm like, do you guys want me to scrap or change the crafting system or not? And without context of exactly what I'm changing, and even if I did a whole like blog post on exactly how I'm changing or whatever, the majority of our players have only played for like 10 hours, right? They're not hardcore diehard fans like the RuneScape players are. And so we're gonna get a ton of votes in there for people who are like, because keep in mind, our entire audience is voting on this, not just a small chunk of them who are like old school Swords Magic players, right? Like, not like, it's like if you asked all of Jagex like players, like all of RuneScape players, to vote on something, you get totally different results, like skewed results, if you just ask the old school RuneScape players, right? Because you're focused it down to one type of player, like to the type of player who likes that type of game exactly. But since Swords and Magic's audience is not big enough to just ask those 5 players, because if that were the case, I'd just ask Matt, right? Matt's like the only person in here that's like a diehard original, like old school Swords and Magic player, right? And so like I could just ask Matt, hey, do you think we should do this or not? And that, like, I'd get one result, right? So I don't know. I just think the voting thing, yeah, obviously we talk to the community about things, we ask for opinions, but at the end of the day, like, just asking for the community's approval of anything I do, not a good idea. Because at the end of the day too, excuse me, I'm sorry, Matt's the only person I know that has over 1,000 hours in the game. That's the only reason I even said that. But there's a lot of other players too. I'm just saying, like, players don't know what they want, right? Like, there's a lot of players who are in there going, who would vote for like quest markers, right, over the NPCs' heads, and that would ruin the game. It truly would, like, because you'd never talk to the other NPCs. I have an hour. I'm hardcore. Like 800 Soupy. Jeez. Okay, Soupy, you can vote too. Most of it was AFK farming blackberries, but it's our little secret. You're not supposed to tell people that, Matt. Me, Matt Red, and a few others can hang out. Let's get a 100+ hour club in Discord for hardcore players. Yeah, but you know what? Like Magrion, for example, he's a good example of this. I've caught Magrion several times, like at like 4 in the morning with Swords and Magic running, and I'd be like, what's going on? Like, are you up? And I message him, and he'd message me back the next morning and be like, no, I was asleep. And I'd be like, oh, you just slept on Swords and Magic all night? And he'd be like, oh, I did. And I don't know if he did it on purpose just to like to farm hours, but like that happens sometimes. So it'd be really easy to grab 100 hours. He's not a good Swords and Magic player. Oh no, I won't tell him you said that. Magron is, I don't know, he was like one of the original streamers of Swords and Magic. So he was at one point like the Swords and Magic player. But yeah, I don't know if he's good at the game. Anyway, that's my point. All my point is that like the results would be very skewed. We have some people who play the game for a couple hours and they're just expecting something different, right? And so they would vote, yes, I want the quest markers on tops of people's heads so the game's easier. And then other people will be like, no, that's not what the game is. Obviously, I'm not going to vote for that. And the people who vote no understand my vision, and they probably have been playing the game longer and they grasp the concept, right? And so if you just allow everyone to vote, that's where like you can break a game easy. So it's a toss-up, right? It's a balancing act where I have to decide, is my vision right, or should I listen to the community? And like, is the community right, or like, should I only listen to a handful of people from the community who I know understand the game? And like, and if we do decide to go with like the majority of the community or whatever, is this actually the direction we want to go with the game? And is this actually because like sometimes, you know, even like hardcore players, I'm sure there have been updates with old school RuneScape. I don't play it, so I don't know, but I'm sure there have been updates where they voted on something and then had to roll it back because I bet it wasn't as good as they expected. And that happens sometimes. There's a lot of times when you think something's gonna be great and then you like, that's what you want, and then you get it and you're like, this isn't as good as I wanted. Like, be careful what you wish for, right? Like, that's where that comes from. I haven't touched my keyboard in like an hour, guys. We have to do some work today. We have to do something. I guess we don't, but should we? What should we do? What should we set up? I want to start like building the UI for this, but I also am. Let's go look at Iron Sword. Filters. Other. Looking for other filters. Data assets. Wait. It's in blueprints, maybe. Miscellaneous? That asset. I probably had it up there and I just missed it. That's fine. Look at deep. Oh no, this is a recipe. Not a recipe. Iron Sword. So we have skill type. We could probably just do skills. Where is it though? Sword, skill. Yeah, since we have like cooking, alchemy, blacksmithing, things like that. Actually, hold on, because I don't know if this is in for all these. Let's look at like a potion you can craft. Potion greater healing. Yeah, so this is set up as sword. Damn it. I'm trying to see if we have some sort of categorization for all of our items already, as far as crafting goes, and I don't think we do, which means I'd have to go through basically every item in the game and categorize them if we want to basically like we're gonna have to build lists of item IDs, unfortunately. So sorry, what I'm thinking about is, how am I gonna get this tier, like this list of all these things that are supposed to be in this tier? Like, obviously I can go in and just be like, okay, yeah, so like weapon underscore sword underscore iron is gonna be in this tier. Weapon bow iron is in this tier. Weapon axe iron is in this tier, whatever. And I can like build a tier like that. The problem with that is, how many tiers are we gonna have? And how long is that gonna take to like, it doesn't matter, I guess it's fine. Hi. Good morning. How you feeling? How are you doing? Are your hands warm now? Good. What?
Wow, my arm.
What are you looking at? Probably be quicker to manually enter them all than to build a system to enter them. Yeah.
Hi, Angel. Hi, boss.
I could probably use the loot builder to do it easier.
Hi, Matt. Oh. You say hi?
Make sure to add a multiplier to the goblins' damage output formulas. I heard they're getting nerfed. Yeah, they've been fixed.
Oh, stand up on here. No. Give me something.
I'll take it for a sec. You want to show everyone the chicken? Can we announce what day? So, if you guys are interested in the chicken plush, and you want to back our chicken plush with the invisible beak, results may vary. You might not get invisible beak on yours. But if you guys want a chicken plush, the Swords Magic chicken plush, the campaign launches. You like chicken? The campaign launches on Tuesday at 10 a.m.
Yes.
Yeah, Pacific Standard Time. What is Quinn's first stream? Right now. No, he's been on stream before. He can't stream until he's 13. Abby's been begging me. She's like, "Can I stream on YouTube?" And I'm like, "No." "Can I stream on Twitch?" "No." Hot dang. Yeah, so Tuesday it'll go live. I'll talk about it in the devlog that's coming out. Well, there's supposed to be a devlog coming out tomorrow, but I don't know if we'll get edited in time. I'll do my best. It might launch on Monday instead. And then I'll probably do a short video to announce the creator plush thing on Tuesday that we'll just launch. This thing is not like Kickstarter where we have to, like, as far as I know, I don't think they do any sort of promotion. It's entirely up to us, which means it doesn't really matter when we promote it. Like on Kickstarter, you want to like get as much promotion as you can right away because a bunch of people are like browsing through there, and if they see your game is like 2% funded on day one, they're gonna be like, it's probably not good, and then just keep scrolling. But if you're like 90% funded on day one, then they're like, oh, this must be popular, this must be a good game, I want to go fund this. But I don't think that's gonna happen with this, so I think this is more just like us pushing it whenever we can. Do you know the link? Hang on, I'll give you guys the link so you can check it out. That's not that obvious.
Keep going.
Was that not it?
Wait.
That's the picture they use?
Yeah.
Ah, great picture. Alright, here. Wait, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna. Let's post it on Twitch. Because that's where everyone's at, because Twitch is cool. Post. Go. There you go. You guys can check that out. Go grab my tent to camp out. Yeah, you can bookmark it, or I'll be posting it everywhere. You'll have every opportunity to get it. It'll probably go in announcements. I'll do a big announcement on Discord. It'll be posted on YouTube. It'll be on Patreon. It'll be everywhere. So.
Alright, bye-bye.
Don't worry about it. Golden stick plush? That would be fun. I think they only do like characters though. I think. Ugh. Bye. Jana didn't like the idea, but I thought if this goes really well and we get to make a few more, I thought it'd be really fun to do a Jed's doll plush. Because it's all, like already a doll, right? So just be like a plush of a plush, which I thought was really funny, but the link triggered your antivirus. It might just be where you clicked it from. Might be because you clicked on it from Twitch, but maybe not. I hope not. It's not a virus, I promise. Unless Deanna's pulling some shenanigans and didn't bother to tell me about it. What's up, Dash? A baby. I'm watching you since the first devlog, but just noticed haven't subscribed yet. Guys,
I made a stream, a lot of bots are being killed as well. What's up, Arithmus? Sorry, I didn't see you come in. I'm really bad at checking YouTube chat. Me 1,000 hours to be a diehard original, but I'm almost one as well. I didn't really mean 1,000 hours. I just meant like, I don't know. Oh yeah, I forgot about this idea. We also considered a all of the job board quests to give you, or they would give you inspiration too, but I don't think I like that idea because it's in a similar vein where you have to like craft things you don't really want, and you don't even get to keep to get like inspiration. I don't love it. Anyway, yeah, we'll probably just use like the loot builder to like build up item IDs. Iron Sword's my favorite potion ingredient. Yeah. I don't know why I switched this out. I probably did all of this. I don't know. I don't know why I did that. I clicked the link just fine in the dev office last week. Must just be triggered by clicking from Twitch. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Anyway, all right, let's go make some progress here. So let's do I'm trying to brainstorm like what other ways could you get inspiration? I feel like researching is like the best way to do it. What if when you like level up, like, so let's say all right, so we have tier 2 unlocked. Let's say we want to unlock tier 3, so we put all our things in, we hit research. What if that just gives you like a chunk of inspiration points, right? And then you can just spend them right away on the next tier. And then you can learn to craft those things. And that's all you get. And then maybe we can have like other ways to get them later in the game. Like maybe there's like items or something you can use, like maybe books. Ooh, that could be kind of fun. What if lore books gave you inspiration? What if we made like some like procedural books you could find and read? The original plan was to give inspiration points via job boards, crafting quests. Yeah, it was, but I don't think I like it anymore. Like I do, but I don't. You hate spam opening books to get crafting points, crafting skills? Oh. All right. I love the idea of inspiration, right? Like we're 100% doing that. Like this is like you spend inspiration points that you get when you're inspired to do certain things. The question is, how do you get inspired? If you break it down like realistically, like you get inspired, like I get inspired by looking like Pinterest, right? Like if I want to model something and I'm like looking at Pinterest, then I get super like motivated, like looking at other cool stuff on Pinterest. So it'd be cool. Like I think it makes a lot of sense to like research items that you find to get inspiration points. Right. So I'm like, oh cool, I found this new staff. Let's drag it over into the research thing and like click research, and then I can learn more about it. But I also like, I really want to, I don't know, maybe we do that, but then like maybe when you just spend so many points, you unlock the next one. So like you don't use the research to unlock the next thing. You just spend so many points researching. That, I don't know, that doesn't feel great either. That's kind of why I'm thinking maybe we just do like, okay, you need, I don't know what this is. Like you need to find like an astral ingot and a deep iron ingot and a cobalt ingot.
right? And you research all three of those, and then you get a bunch of inspiration and you unlock the next tier. And then that's it. That's like all you get. It's just all you get. But then I love the idea of like you can get extra inspiration if you want to learn extra things, right? And then Matt had this idea a while back where, so you learn these, right? And then when you learn these, you can craft like this one's unlocked, right? This one down here is unlocked, and you can craft a flimsy iron bow then. But if you put another point into it, then you learn like a fine iron bow, right? Or not flimsy. You probably make standard, and then, well, maybe you would start flimsy. I don't know. And then you can make standard, and then you put more points to it, and then you can make like all the way up to like masterwork, right? So like this one is leveled up to a point where you can make masterwork iron bows. And I kind of like that too, because then you have to spend extra inspiration to like learn to make something better. And that way, like if you really just wanted to like focus on swords, then you'd be like a master swordsmith, right? And you just put all your points into just the swords, and you wouldn't learn bows or axes or spears or anything like that. Like you just learn swords, but all the swords and weapons you made would be like masterwork. And now here's a crazy idea. If we built this system and we did that, then what if we just completely scrapped augment stones? Because then you'd have to like work together with your friends and other people to like buy masterwork items, or just get super lucky and find them from drops. But then like a masterwork sword is a big deal, right? Right now it's not really a big deal because you can just like grind it and do like the seasonal events or whatever, and you get augment stones and you just have a masterwork. But if you did it this way, then you have to find someone who can craft masterwork. Like you'd have to like, I think it'd be fun. Talking to people that are creators get me inspired. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe we do a quest that will give you like grant you extra inspiration points. Or maybe job boards could. Maybe job boards give you like bonus inspiration points. Maybe that's how we do it. Like the crafting ones just give you like bonus inspiration. I don't want it to be like the core, right? Like I don't want people have to do job board quests all the time to unlock just basic crafting things. But if you wanted to go above and beyond and like unlock everything, or if you wanted to like master some things, then that's when you would do it. Do you have time for voice call after stream? We'll see, Elliot. It depends on how late I stream, and like if we, yeah, probably though. I think more damage should be applied to weapons to make it impactful, but I love it. Yeah, we can change how that works, I guess. How does it work right now? It's just percentage based, right? You get a bonus percentage. We changed that, right? So it's bonus percentage now. One thing I don't like about job boards is that they are random, and you can go days without seeing jobs for your desired craft. Yeah, so we could also maybe add some job board quests. You know, what if, yeah, Elliot, we can find some time. We'll figure it out. What if we had blacksmiths? Man, I don't know. What if we took all the crafting jobs off of the job board and we just put those on like a separate job board, and then you could just pick like which quests you wanted, you know what I mean? Like it would just randomize one for every yeah, I don't know, that sounds like a mess too. I don't really want to mess with job boards. Each upgrade gives +1 max level, so no impact to damage directly. We can change that. I also like the idea that the augments don't even impact damage, and they just grant, and they like unlock and then grant additional stat points. What if we just did that today? Yeah, Soupy, I think you're right. I think that I kind of already like walked that back because like I don't want to change the job boards at all. And that's the thing, right, Matt? Like, I know your complaint is like, yeah, but you might never even find that one. But like, that's kind of the point, right? So when you do find that job board quest where it's like, oh, this is a blacksmithing one, I can get an inspiration point if I do this. Now it's important you take that one and you get it done, right? So it's rare, but that's the point, right? Getting additional inspiration is like, that should be rare. You shouldn't be able to get inspired randomly. And you know, maybe we just, oh man, I hate to do this because I do feel like it kind of turns back into the grind. And I'm trying really hard to avoid the grind. I don't want players crafting things for no reason. I want players to only craft things if they want the item, right? Or to sell the item. Like, it's fine if you want to craft a whole bunch of like masterwork swords because you want to sell them. That's great. That's wonderful. I'm not down for job boards. Yeah, no, but I appreciate the feedback. Like, that's a good point that's rare. But now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it's good that it's rare. Another issue I run into is that it might be more rare for one thing than the other, just based on like if we've even made a crafting like recipe or crafting job for that here or whatever. You know what I mean? What if you have to pick up one of the resources in order to unlock the recipes, like cobalt tools won't unlock? Yes, that's the plan. So yeah, that's exactly the plan right now. So sorry, I'm losing where. So like this research thing right here, I would have this designed for every tier. So tier 1 would just automatically unlock and it would just give you all the wooden weapons, right? And I guess we'd have to change the tutorial a little bit. So like when you, maybe, I don't know. I guess it could be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. So anyway, so like this will just automatically unlock when you start the game. You'll have all the wooden weapons. And then the next one will look like this, right? It'll just be like tier 2 and then it'll be locked with this. So and then it'll ask you for 3 specific resources. So you'll need to put in copper ingot, iron ingot, and maybe stone or something. I don't know, whatever. Like, and maybe it doesn't have to be 2, or maybe it doesn't have to be 3. It could just be whatever we want it to be. I said let's get an MVP and toy with it from there. I agree. You think it sounds 1,000 times better than what exists now? See, like, this is like, I know this is unnecessary work, but I think it'll just make the game so much better. Like, it just will. Like, crafting is such a big part of the game, and if we changed it to be more about like discovery and more about like purpose, like I want players to have a purpose to craft things, then yeah, it feels way better. Anyway, so yeah, you'll put in those things, hit research, and then unlock that tier, and now you've unlocked it. So yeah, you won't learn, and then that'll unlock like copper weapons and iron weapons or whatever. Right? So I guess we'd have to actually just do like copper, and then maybe it's just copper, like you put in 1 copper ingot and it unlocks it. This could be like way too easy, right? Like we could get to the point where this is like way too easy if that's all we do. Maybe you also like, see how this says 4 out of 10 up here? Maybe that like we move this to like, something like this maybe? And you have to have inspiration as well. Or maybe it just goes like on top. Because the problem is like if you just have to find 1 copper ingot to unlock all the copper weapons, then you're gonna unlock the copper and the iron weapons like immediately, and then it's like, what's the point of even making copper weapons? You know, like you'll like, there's no reason to even unlock the copper weapons if you just have to, if all you have to do is put in 1 copper ingot, then you lose that. But if you also have to have inspiration, man, then how do you get inspiration? That's true. It could take more. It could take like 5 or whatever, or 10 or whatever. Right, ingot, wood, and hide. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. But even then, that's still like, even that, like on Azura especially, it's too easy to get like the next tier, all that stuff, right? You can make tier 2 only unlock if you reach tier 1. Yeah, of course. You'd have to unlock each tier individually. But my problem is like, if you just, like right now, obviously, like when we launch this update, players are gonna be able to go in and just unlock all the tiers like pretty much instantly, right? Because they have all the resources. But if I'm playing the game from a new character, and that's like how we design everything is from a new character standpoint. If I'm playing as a new character and I'm just like, maybe I haven't done crafting yet, and I'm just like running around exploring Tirwin or Azura, and I'm just like checking stuff out and mining and chopping wood and stuff, and then I come back and I unlock, I'm like, I'm gonna try crafting, and I go in and unlock copper, right? And then I'm like, oh look, I have the stuff to unlock the next tier too, and then you just unlock that. Now it's like, well, I'm not gonna go make a copper weapon because I just unlocked both of them, right? I kind of say, who cares? This is the casual game. The emphasis should be on the actual crafting. Yeah, but I don't, it's not that I want players to like have to like craft those things. It's just I want each upgrade to feel substantial, right? And like maybe the problem is actually just like, maybe the problem is just like level design in general. Like it's not hard to find iron, right? It's actually harder to find copper than it is iron. So maybe it's like not a big deal, and it's probably like, that's probably an issue, right? Like maybe we should like, now that things are kind of rearranged, how we're doing, okay, so here's a crazy idea. No, it's too much work. So the reason the iron is so easy to find is because it's meant to be like a global resource, right? You can find it anywhere. Like every zone has iron. And I think every zone has gold. I think it's just iron and gold. But copper is only found on Azura. Is that right? Or maybe copper is found everywhere too? I know gold and iron are found everywhere. I think copper is only on Azura. So the problem is that it's going to be really easy to, like, that's going to feel like a weird jump, because you're going to get copper and immediately have the stuff for iron. Because if you went and got all that copper, you're definitely going to have the stuff for the iron too. Maybe not if it takes like 5 thick hides or something, or 10 thick hides, then it's fine. So copper is everywhere then. Make like 30 copper and it seems pretty okay to me. The problem is like, it's not that the copper is hard. The copper should be easy. It's the iron that should be hard, and that's going to be too easy. What if we use useless gems to unlock the recipes? I don't love that, just because it doesn't really have anything to do with crafting, right? I think it'd be cool if you could like use gems as like a bonus, or like, I don't know. I think we might turn gems into like sockets or something one day. I don't know how we're gonna do it. Then Red's investment will be worth it. Yeah, we can't. Red is like collecting all the gems because he knows that something is coming with gems. He knows it's gonna happen. Oh, that's funny. Make it like moonstones or something. It doesn't necessarily have to be. Yeah, that's true. And it doesn't have to coordinate, but it should, right? It doesn't need to make sense. I'm still kind of down for just like researching items to get inspiration, and then maybe you have to just maybe you do just have to like unlock a certain number of these things before you can unlock the next tier. So like this is locked and you can't research until you've unlocked so many of these. The only issue with that is then we have to figure out how inspiration actually gets unlocked, right? We can't just, because then if we just give players a chunk of inspiration, then they just unlock it all and it's done. What's the point? Moonstone, stick, hide, and iron. Boom. Yeah, that would work. Or just do oh yeah, because I guess you wouldn't want to do oakwood. Oakwood's already used for. Why do we only do 1 wood on Azura? Everything, like the balance of this game is so weird. It needs to be a little more balanced. want to keep collecting them either way, even if you'll never do anything with them. No, they're 100% gonna have something eventually, Red. And when that thing comes around, you're just gonna be like, boom, boom, boom. Jana really wants to do jewelry crafting. That's one of the things that she's been talking about for a long time, and that's probably something that'll get added in. It might be a DLC. I've really considered I think World of Warcraft does like a not DLC, but like an expansion where you have to have the expansion to do like a certain crafting profession. I don't remember which one it is. It's been a while, and I don't think it's relevant anymore, but it used to be. Like I remember playing like Wrath of the Lich King or something, and then the new expansion came out or whatever it was, like Cataclysm or whatever. And I remember they added like a new crafting thing, and you could still play the game, but if you didn't buy the $60 expansion or whatever it was, or 40 or whatever it was, then you couldn't do the new profession. So we could easily do something like that. Like you just pay for like the jewel crafting or jewelry crafting expansion, and then you can craft like they'd basically just be trinkets, right? You just craft trinkets then. I don't think that'd be too bad. Wrath of the Lich King brought jewelry crafting. Oh, so it's actually even jewelry crafting. Like it's not like it's like literally exactly what I'm talking about. Not even like a new thing. That's funny. Maybe that's why I thought of that. So yeah, maybe I was still on Burning Crusade still. Anyway, I'm kind of down for something like that. Like if we want to do jewelry crafting as like a DLC, because then like we're going out of the way to build it, but at least like the people who want to do it will pay like $10 or whatever for it, you know. And it'll add a lot to the game. Like I think it might be worth it. Not right now. It'll be a while. Probably a couple more zones, then maybe we'll think about it. But I think gems will 100% get a use eventually. And like the thing about DLCs in this game is like just because you don't have the DLC doesn't mean you can't get those trinkets either, right? You just won't be able to be the one crafting them. So one of your friends can buy the DLC, can go and craft you a bunch of items and just drop them, and you can have them. I'm not going to lock those items away from players. I love how Conan Exiles does DLC. So in Conan Exiles, you can learn, just look at those stream chat overlays. Do you like that? It's nice and clean. You can actually read it now, Ryan. It's not perfect, but you know. Anyway, Conan Exiles does a really cool thing where you can unlock the like you can buy a DLC and you learn like a bunch of new recipes, and they're not like good. They're like mid-level like recipes, so it's not like it really breaks the game or anything. But then you like your friend, you can just craft all the things and give them to your friends. It's just you just get locked out of like not being able to craft them. So I think a jewelry crafting profession would be a cool DLC, because like it doesn't mean like your friends can't have the items, they just can't get them unless they have someone who owns the DLC and craft it for them. And then that makes you, the cool thing about it is it makes you important, right? So like now if you're playing with a group of friends and you own the DLC, you're important, and now you can craft those things for your friend. And feeling important, like I know it's a very psychological thing, and I know this sounds a little bit like manipulative, but like you have to kind of be like this a little bit if you're gonna make money anywhere, let alone video games. But if you can make a player feel important by spending a few dollars but not breaking your game in the process, I think you got something, right? I think that's important. I think that's a good thing, I think. Anyway, okay. So yeah, no, I think Soupy's right. I think that we could do like just higher level research things. I think the only issue is like I would like it to be like, well, you have to unlock so many things in each tier before you can move to the next one. Because like, let's say you've already got a really good weapon. Like let's say you've got like a goblin weapon or whatever, and you unlock copper, and then you unlock iron, and you've got all this inspiration now to go spend. But it's like, I've already got a decent weapon. There's no reason to spend this inspiration here. And then you unlock the next one, and then pretty soon you're like, now you're looking at like, what's the I don't know, like shade weapons or whatever, right? Oh, that's another thing is like, I guess shade weapons would be like, how do we even like tier those, right? I guess those would just be like secret unlocks you just learn. I don't know. And that's another thing too. Like, how do we handle that? Like, what if you don't craft anything and then you go through and learn the shade weapons or like the astro weapons? Where do those end up? Like, they just get stuck in any tier you're on? Or is it just like, you're not high enough level crafting to learn this right now? maybe you need to unlock 5 of a tier to get to tier 2, 7 to get to tier 3, 10, 14, yeah, or 10 to 4. That's kind of what I was thinking. Because otherwise you could just save up all your inspiration and then like the last tier or whatever, just dump all your points into like masterwork or whatever of all the couple weapons you want, and then you never even had to learn to craft anything else. You just, that's the only thing you've ever crafted in the game. And that doesn't feel very good. Like I still want to keep the progression, right? Like I still want players to feel like they are leveling up their blacksmithing, like they're getting better at blacksmithing. And it's not just entirely based on finding new resources. But it doesn't mean I want it to be grindy either. What if they have unique crafting tiers associated with those specific crafting tables? That could be cool. Another thing is like they could just not be on the list at all. They could just be unlocked. And then they just, because another thing is like you have these 2 tabs, right? This is just the learn tab. Not everything has to be in here. These question marks were just the idea was like, maybe we'll just put like recipes you can learn in here. And then when you learn them, they'll pop up in here. And I assume we'll just change players' crafting level to be whatever these tiers are. And we'll just clamp it to whatever the top tier is. So if you're level 30 blacksmithing, whatever, you'll just be level like 8 or whatever tier. I don't know what tier. I don't know how tiers we're gonna have. I guess I assume we'll have one for every zone. So it'll be like, well, actually we'll probably have for 2 for every zone. This also might be kind of weird because we might run into a situation where there's only like 2 items in a tier, right? Okay, here's a crazy thought. What if we just don't do tiers at all? What if they're just like sections? Like maybe you just learn like different types, right? So maybe this is just like wood, right? Like you just like, and you just unlock wood, you just have it automatically. This just says like wood, right? Kind of like the Skyrim skill tree. I don't remember the Skyrim skill tree. And then this one would be like copper, right? And then you put in like the things and you unlock copper. And then we'll just have like these all open. And then maybe you'll just need to like have like so many inspiration points, whatever, to unlock the next one. Yeah, and then like, so this one would just be copper, and then we can have one for astral or astrolite or whatever. I don't know how I'm gonna make these work. And then you can just unlock them as you unlock them. We could also make it so each tier requires more and more inspiration. I'm still really liking the idea of inspiration as being like something you research. Like maybe this doesn't research. This is just like unlock, right? Or like discover or something. And then we have another tab that's research, and it's just literally dragging one item in, and you click research, and then it gives you a research point. And you can only do that for every item in the game, right? One time, right? And maybe like different, I don't know. I was gonna say different tier like items could give you more inspiration, but I don't feel like that either. Because if we do this and we make it like wide open, like you can just like go learn astrolite weapons. No, you know, I don't like that. I don't like that because I want players to like if you discover the astrolite forge or the astral forge and you just have never done blacksmithing before, you don't have any business learning astrolite weapons, right? Like I think you have to have like earned it, right? Like I want this still to be like a progression system. What about some kind of timed event that unlocks a point over time, like your forge circular progress bar in your crafting? The problem with that is I don't want players to just be like leaving the game on all the time, right? Like if they just like AFK to get inspiration, then that's just like, what's the point? That's just timed. We're just timing content, like time gating content, and that doesn't feel good. It is an interesting idea. There's like too many steps. I need to unlock a tier, but then I need to unlock the specific recipe. And I need to gather the resources to even craft the item. I think it's fine if you unlock the tier by gathering certain resources, and I think it's fine to unlock each recipe in the tier. I don't think you should unlock the tier and just know everything. And I'm basing this entirely on how Ark works. It's kind of a shame, like Ark does it really well. Ark basically gives you experience for everything you do, and when you level up, you get talent points or learn points or inspiration points, whatever. And and you can craft things to get the level up too, but like no one does, right? And you actually do just get experience points by just sitting there. You just get more when you're doing other things. What about if it only ticks the progress with playtime, so you still need to play the game? It's hard to track that. I want to speedrun my forgotten characters. Yeah, I don't know if I like the time thing. What if you get experience or inspiration from doing quests? Just like every quest just gives you like inspiration. What if you got it from just like talking to NPCs? What if you got it from gathering? What if you got it from harvesting? Like every time you mine something, you get some inspiration. So then like the grind isn't in crafting, the grind is in harvesting. That might feel worse. Because then you're just like grinding, like harvesting like hundreds and thousands of like ore, even though you only just want to make like one sword. I don't know. I'm kind of stumped on this. It's like I think really what it boils down to is how do we get inspiration? And we could make it multiple things too. Like I like the idea of books, but it sounds like DD hates that idea. Not that DD is the, you know, end all be all here, and no one else complained about it, so maybe it's fine. Like if DD's a little bit uncomfortable with the game, like so be it. Sorry, DD. But like I really do like the idea of books because I think it's interesting. And not only that, but like we could just make it every lore book. Like it doesn't matter what it is. Every time you read a book, you get an inspiration point. It doesn't even have to be like a specific book. So you don't have to like search every book. You just open every book to get the inspiration point. I'm used to Minecraft system. I don't even know. You mean you just put like things in order and you craft something? I like the idea of job specific quests. That's my vote. Well, then I have to go build a bunch of quests though, right? And then what if I can't build enough quests to like fill out what you need? That requires a ton of content. You don't get enough inspiration to unlock everything at once, so you have to access. Hold on. Well, what about it only ticks when you play the game? You don't get enough inspiration to unlock everything at once, so you have to access. So you have access to a lot, but not everything. So if you spend too much inspiration in one class or tier type, then you won't have enough to get the best of better materials here. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the point, right? I don't want players to be able to unlock everything. So like our skill trees. Sorry, I'm just thinking. No, skill trees doesn't work. I was just thinking like, why don't we just move this to the skill trees and then we just have a skill tree? and you still have to then you still have to level up, and inspiration is your experience. So still doesn't work. Still the same, basically the same issue, except on a skill tree, it's usually it gets better as you go. And in this case, the reason we do tiers is because everything in a tier should be about the same. It can be procedural. I'm not above that. So Elder Scrolls Online does a really cool thing where like there's in every town there's like a little crafting writ thing where you like take a crafting job. It's just like on a board, right? It's just like a quest board. And you just take a crafting job and you just go like make 5 axes or whatever, and then you go turn it in, and then you get some experience, and that's it. So another thing with that, Matt, is that that means we have to make sure that every zone or whatever has all of the crafting thing. Like we have to have a chef, we have to have a tailor, we have to have a blacksmith, we have to have all these people that can give you those like quests. And that's fine. It's just that it's not as like streamlined as I'd like it to be. Like that's not as straightforward, because now we have to go make sure that like every zone has those people, and like we have to make sure they're in their good spot. And like I don't want players like running around trying to find them, because there's no way to know who they are until you walk up to them, right? That's my like kind of my big issue with that. If we have like a job board, which we keep coming back to, in the middle of town, like we already do, and you click on that and click on like the crafting quests, that would be fine, right? And maybe we just do that. Maybe we just have like, there's always like, what if there's just always a crafting? No, because then we can't do that, because we can't like, I don't want players like cooking and getting inspiration for other things. Because now we, and that's another thing too, right? Like I didn't think about that, but like, should you get inspiration, like global inspiration? So like I got inspiration for like blacksmithing, but now I'm gonna go spend it on cooking recipes. That's not good, right? Make a generalized crafters guild with a representative in each zone. It gives a once daily quest for a chosen job. That we could do that. Yeah, maybe that works. Maybe we just throw an NPC in every zone. We could put a sign next to them or something, or a banner next to them, so you know that's who it is. And then he's just like, oh, what are you interested in? And then you just have one of the, like, all the options there. Maybe we even just have him open a menu that has like tabs for each craft or whatever, or like buttons for each like crafting type, and you click it and then it just shows the job and you just accept it. And that's just a daily thing, like just resets every day. We could do that because we can just tap right into the job board system, I think. But man, it's a pain in the butt. We have to build a whole new UI for it. We have to tap into the job board system, which is not exactly easy to tap into because it's not very modular. Discovering different resources maybe gives experience. That's, yeah, well, I keep coming back to that, but I'm afraid about the balance with that. I think that discovering resources and using that to like unlock the next tier is perfect. I think that we're gonna do that. And I think Soupy's idea to just be like, oh yeah, it takes 5 of this thing or whatever, and like all the resources you normally use to craft those things will go in there, and that's great. I'm a little worried about like cooking, because like I don't even know how to like categorize that, you know? Like how do you like unlock like the Azurian like weapons, or cooking recipes? Like I guess you just put in like coconut, crab claw, fish or something, and like you unlock that one, and then you do like, I don't know, I guess tailoring will be pretty easy. Cooking is the only one I'm a little bit nervous about. And then like carpentry is like, that's lame, right? Like what are you gonna do? You just learn wood. You just put in wood. And then for not only that, but like blacksmithing, you have to put in wood. I guess with carpentry you can put in like wood and hide, I guess. And then with blacksmithing you just put in like ore or ingots and hide. I don't know. Zone specific items. Just an add-on for my idea. Maybe you could do a trace from the game camera to gather the inspiration points. Objects to register points. I'm confused. Players would have to go searching for inspiration, like take a pick of a certain trees to get the wood inspiration points. That adds a bunch of complexity. We have to do a thing where like we just put like zones around, right? So like you just have to put like invisible zones, like I'd just do something like this where like I take a zone and put it in the world, and when you walk into it you get points for it. And then you get inspiration for just exploring, which could work. You know, we even have a quest that does something like that where the guy's actually looking for inspiration and just wants you to go to find different locations. Could be kind of interesting. Like so you know in Guild Wars 2 there's like what are they called, points of interest, where you can like climb up on like mountains and stuff and you like unlock like a point of interest that you like have to collect and it gives you some experience, whatever. We could do something like that. Like we could have like, I don't know how we would do it though, you know, like because I don't really want like floating like magic orbs like you have in Guild Wars. I think that's dumb. So I don't want like a floating like spinning like map icon or like exclamation point icon or something you just go like run into and you're like, ta-da, you've unlocked some inspiration. But we could do something like that. But it's not tier, but just chunked like how you have the wood and copper sections. And if I never gather a resource, I just don't unlock that chunk. But that's the problem, is that I don't know if I want players to like skip everything and then suddenly unlock like ancient honey, right? Like that would just be, it would make the like end game weapons not as valuable, right? Because you could just like, oh cool, I discovered shade weapons, I guess I'll go spend 2 minutes to learn how to make them, you know? Like that's just, you're already gonna have those resources probably, and so it just feels bad if you can just skip basically half the game, right? Get rid of quests, Ryan says. How are things going? What's up, Rojo? Things are going. We're just trying to like, we're doing a crafting system overhaul eventually, and so we were just kind of playing with the idea, the design today.
Hey!
Oh, did we just get
listen.
raided? Did we just get raided by Unreal Engine? Oh snap! Fire up the game. I'm in a bad spot to fire up the game. we could launch it from Steam, I guess. I can show the game off in Steam. We'll show it in Steam because I don't have the main map open. It'll take like 5 minutes to open it because it's huge. What's up, everybody? What are we up to? Right now we're kind of like in a design meeting, I guess. We're talking about like overhauling our crafting system in the game, and so that's what we've been doing for the last little while. Everyone buy this awesome game, you'll not be disappointed. Yeah, so I'm making a game called Swords, Magic, and Stuff. This is it. It's here on screen. It's been out in early access for about 3 years now, and we're consistently doing updates like every month or month and a half. We're working on a new zone right now called Delver's Pass, which is going to be like a big pine tree forest zone. It's a fantasy co-op RPG. Hope your meetings have an open door policy. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, the game's a casual cooperative open world RPG. It's it's pretty cute, very casual. But we did just actually introduce a permadeath mode. There's like a hardcore mode now for players who want that extra challenge. Otherwise there's not really any like penalty for death, which is good and bad. I don't know why it's taking so long to load. Probably because I have so many things going on right now. Actually, I think it's frozen for some reason. Not a good look. Oh, there it goes. We'll skip through this. I have, oh, these are my tester characters. Great. Actually, what characters are these? Oh, it's my, right. It's my tester characters from my, yeah, okay. That's fine. It's gonna take a little bit to load. It's a pretty big game right now. We're working on faster load times. We're gonna like reduce some of the things I have to load when the game starts up, because we're running into an issue with multiplayer right now where sometimes the game will like hang, and then it will like fail to connect to Steam, and then when you like kick you back to the main menu, and then sometimes when you try to rejoin it'll crash. It works if you like have like Chrome and all that stuff like closed when you're trying to join multiplayer. It's just because it takes a little too long and then times out. But it's a pretty massive game, and it's still in early access. It's not fully like super well optimized yet because it's still very much in progress. But we're getting there. We're making strides. Kinder's a great guy for listening to feedback and help, etc. Great dev. Thanks guys. Appreciate it. You got this. Thank you. Yeah, I've been working on this game for 6 years. We had a team about 5 people at one point, but unfortunately we ran out of money. The game just doesn't make as much money as it used to, and so we couldn't keep them on anymore. So now it's just back to me. I'm basically a solo dev on this. My wife helps when she can, but we just had another baby too, so she's basically back to like being full-time mom, and I do this full-time. So I stream twice a week. If you guys are interested, you can follow. I stream twice a week, and we're almost always working on this. Every once in a while I'll do like a game jam or something. And yeah, what was Unreal Engine up to? What were you guys streaming today? Oh my god, it's taking so long to load. I have Chrome. I have like 12 tabs open in Chrome. I have Affinity Designer open. I have the editor open. I have tons of stuff open. I'm streaming. Like it's gonna take a while to load. My computer's probably just hating me right now. Here we go. Also, this is also a dev build, just a heads up. So I can show you all the cool stuff because I can fly around. But also it's not going to run as well as a shipping build, which is what you'd play if you actually bought the game. And also, you're going to see a bunch of like print strings and stuff like that pop up in the corner. But you guys are all in real dev, so you get it. Anyway, this is the game world. I'm in the island of Azura right now. If we fly up, I can give you like a good view of it. This is Azura. It's a pretty large island. And this is like the first zone in the game. And then once you're done with this zone, you can repair that ferry down there that's broken, and then go over to that zone. And there's a whole nother zone there, and then another zone beyond that. And we're working on another zone over there too. There's tons of stuff. And there's a huge zone over there that we're working on too. The game's huge, really big. Lots of stuff to do. You can go fishing. That's a new update we just added. Oh, there's no fish over here. Oh, there were fish over there. There's some over here. We don't have WD-40 in this realm. Yeah, it's true. The door is loud is a request for the player to oil the hinges. There is not, but that would be a good idea. Actually, I should turn off music. We do have a full soundtrack, custom made by an awesome musician called Landon Walter. I have a pretty good fishing rod right now, like a really good fishing rod, so that was pretty easy to catch like that. But yeah, so there's fishing in the game now. It's new. Lots of quests. Every single NPC has unique dialogue, and there's like at least 300 NPCs, I think, in the game. There's no like generic villager dialogue. Though some of the NPCs do have like more generic things, like I'm just working over here, but they all have their own unique personalities. None of them have the same dialogue. I have a bunch of junk in my inventory because this is a testing character. So I'm a little bit slow right now. There is an inventory limit, but when you go over it, it just slows you down to like to a cap. You don't ever like stop moving, and you can always just pick up more items. You just go slower. Oh, all right, guys. I don't know. I think like the game runs through a different channel, and I always forget to turn that down. Is that better? Sorry, I don't know why I didn't get the ping. Actually, I did get the ping. I did ignore the ping. The door is loud. The game does not take that long to load normally. No, it's because it's a dev build, and because I have all these other things running. Don't mind all these sparkly, shiny things. It's a spoiler. There, we've dropped enough stuff now. I have a mount. I do not have a mount, and I can't even cheat mounts in right now. I don't have a command for that right now. But yeah, this is Azura. There is combat in the game. There's mining and resource harvesting and like crafting. Let's grab. There's magic. Let's go axe and magic staff.
There's dual wielding, so you can like swap whatever weapons you want, which is cool. There's enemies. You just have to find one. And you can do front flip, which is an important part of every game, I think. And this guy probably has a quest for me that I probably haven't done. We're not gonna do it right now. Let's go find an enemy to fight. Pretty sure. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry about the. There's also spells. Like I can cycle between my spell books I have here. And light this guy on fire. I can also. Oh, I don't have mana for that one. Let's cast a blizzard. There's a blizzard spell. He was almost dead. And then the game also uses a very like Elder Scrolls style of like leveling up. So I just unlocked the Mystic class basically by leveling that up. Normally these would be, since there's 0, they would be hidden for you until you discover them. Same with all the crafting skills. But I just unlocked Mystic, so when I level that up, I can use better stabs and such. Lots of potions. We can drink some magic potions to get our stuff back. There's sword and shield gameplay. You can parry and shield bash. Stop right there, Scum. Yeah. I just parried that guy and one-shotted him. Why? What level am I? Level 21 warrior. That was good. Because this is a test, and again, this is the dev builds. That's why you're seeing like the line traces there. That doesn't normally happen in the game. Those are just traces for like their combat stuff. Axes are a ranger skill, which is why I'm doing like no damage with axes, but when I parry and like shield bash, I'm doing tons of damage with those weapons. An endgame weapon. It's doing 32 to 42 damage, and these guys have like probably 15 health. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this game. There's lots of secrets. For example, oh yeah, sure, we'll fly over here. There's a fun little secret. I can sneak past these rats. Oh, they don't care. I'm pretty sure the pathing is broken in this build. I just pushed this one out to testers last night, and I didn't bother to build paths because there was not really any combat stuff to be tested. So I'm actually surprised that first rat was even working. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was just standing still attacking. Anyway, the paths are broken right now, so the AI isn't moving. That's why the rats didn't chase me. I don't know why the bush rats chased me though. Maybe he didn't. You're just standing still probably the whole time. Anyway, yeah, that's just because, yeah, whatever. So like here's a secret spot back here, right, with a chest here. So like to find this, it's not like a quest or anything. There's an NPC. I'm gonna spoil this one for you guys, so just a heads up. Yeah, so these guys are just gonna stand here until I get too close. That's not actually happening. So, stuck. I want to do. But yeah, there's an NPC who like talks about how thirsty she is, and she's craving a certain type of drink on one side of the island. And if you go to the other side of the island, which is this area over here, this like pirate town called Ramshackle Reef, if you go and get that drink from here and bring it back to her, then she's like, "Oh, thanks." And she doesn't tell you she has a quest. It's all like totally secret, like hidden in dialogue. It's all just sneaky. And then she's like, "Here, I found this key when I was fishing. You can have it." And then you get it, and that's how you open that chest. I won't tell you which NPC it is, but like that's why like it's important to talk to NPCs in the game. There's no quest markers. We don't do any hand holding. It's all very like discover heavy. So we just want players to like run around and like discover things and check in like everything basically. So you never know like what kind of like random quests you'll end up on. There's a full mail system. We have DLC. Like this is for testers. We have DLC stuff for this is our hero DLC that's out right now. It's just like a little cosmetic DLC. Now I just got like new outfit. Oh yeah, also because we're in a test build, all of our textures are not loading. There it goes. Pretty cool. Lots of different cosmetic things. There's hats and stuff and outfits and trinkets and so many secrets. Can we dual wield shields? Yes, you can. You can dual wield shields. We're actually working on a skill tree at the moment, so they overlap each other, which looks a little janky, but you can dual wield shields. And we're working on a skill tree right now that will like a passive skill tree that will add a bunch of like cool features to combat, so you can like change how like your shields work basically. We also have a system in the works that like will let you like grant like on hit effects to things. So like you could have one shield that when you bash it like lights the enemy on fire, and the other one would like electrocute them or something. So dual wielding could actually be useful. Oh yeah, here's a whole nother section of the game that I didn't even bother like to point out. So this area over here is a housing plot, which I can purchase for 3,500 gold. Don't mind me, I didn't just cheat 3,500 gold in. And if you purchase it, I can then build stuff on it. So let's go like cheat in an item. Let's do plan. A water well? No. Let's do. Sure. Actually, yeah, we'll just do like something simple here. But you can build like a whole house here. Let's do this. That actually might be too big. Oh, no, we can fit it. There's a snapping mode, so you can like snap it. If it turns red, it's because it's too big. Obviously, it doesn't fit there. We'll try to like kind of fit it over here. There we go. And then you just, like it's not that easy to build right now. We have to go put in elderwood planks, stone, and nails. We'll just cheat all the items in. Stone. Nails. Then we construct it. And we built ourselves our first little house. Thanks, Monkey. And then we can go get like, to like shops or whatever and buy different things too. So like let's go get a pile of hay, which is actually a bed, and we'll get like a dresser, maybe a wide dresser, and let's get a table. There's hundreds of items you can put inside of your house. The interior camera needs a little bit of work. We're doing a camera overhaul eventually. We haven't got around to it yet, but there will be one eventually. So let's go put like our pile of hay down. So there's our bed. We can sleep in this. So we just got our health back and we're sleeping now. One day we'll have a sleep animation. Early access. And then we can put down this dresser and I can keep snapping on, or I can turn it off and position it exactly where I want. Like exactly. So if I want it like over in the corner, kind of like wonky, I can do that. This will have some storage space in it, so I can throw my leftover nails in there. And then I can also put a shrubbery and table down, and you can even put things like on top of stuff too, so you can decorate exactly how you want. So like think The Sims, but like, you know, with like way more freedom. This is actually a table from one of the races in the game called the Shrubberians, which are like little tiny guys. They're kind of small, so all their stuff's kind of small. So this is like pretty tiny. That's why it's so small for being a table. What else? What else should we put in here? You can also put in like crafting things too. So we can put in like it's not called a forge. What's it called? Smelter? Oh, it is called a forge. I don't know what it must be called, a smelter in editor. So we can put like a forge out here. And then you can throw your ore in here. I don't have any. I had some ore. Let's do gold ore. You can just like throw some gold ore in here and it'll just start smelting it. And then you can use the bellows to speed it up if you want. And I could just let this go smelt while I go do other things. So you can like build your whole base. There's about, well, like maybe like a dozen, maybe like 15 or so housing plots around the world. The basement is the basement underwater, so we can have a mermaid or a shark friend sleep over, or have a boat garage. Yeah, this one is, yes. There's one house actually that does have a basement. It's like built up on like a big rock piece, and then it does have a built-in basement, which is cool. That's actually the hero house. You have to buy the DLC to have that one. Actually, we had that one, I think. We did. You can kind of see it there. It's like built up on rocks. I guess we could go build it somewhere else. Isn't there another plot? There's not another plot here. I think there used to be one over here when we moved it. There's one up there though. Anyway, yeah, like it's a pretty massive game. There's a lot more over there that you can't see right now, and like obviously it's like unloaded because flipping or because of cold distance. But there's another one up here. So we could build that other hero's home up here. Actually, it might not fit here. We have different sized houses that will not fit on different sized plots. Oh, it does. I don't think we have all the stuff to build it. Just, oh. More nails. We put all the nails away. Anyway, if you guys have questions about the game, it is on Steam right now. You can buy it and play it today, right this second. You can have it installed in like 5 minutes and playing it. So this is the hero's home. This is the DLC house with the basement. It's pretty cool. Again, the interiors are a little bit like claustrophobic. We're working on fixing that up. You can go down to the basement. You can put like your secret alchemy lab down here. Oh, spelled that wrong. Alchemy station? I called. I don't know if you can fit both those down here actually. Maybe? There. You can put your whole like dark alchemy lab down here if you wanted. So yeah, this is the game. It's called Swords, Magic and Stuff. It's pretty cool. Like I think we're 93 or 92% positive reviews right now on Steam out of like 700 reviews. Why is? Oh, there he's gone. There's a random ghost there. You know what's so funny? It's actually a bug, but the best part about it is that like there's a. It's like the perfect bug. It's supposed to like I'm not fixing it. It's like it's a feature, not a bug now. There's a book somewhere that talks about the ghost on the waterfall, and you can see it from different places. And you're not really supposed to be able to see it unless you wear a specific mask up there, and like then you can talk to it, right? You can talk to the ghost. But sometimes it just shows up anyway, and I think it's a weird bug. I don't know what's what causes it. I haven't really looked into it because it's kind of nice. Because when you get close to it, it's like I think it's like a replication error. I think when you get close to it, like it updates itself, and then it's like, whoa, I'm not supposed to be here, and it vanishes. But it's kind of perfect because then you're like, there's a ghost there. What is that? And then eventually you can find it. Did someone raid? Yeah, a while ago. Sorry, it was just Unreal Engine raided. Show the whole map. You guys want to see the whole map? So, all right, let's go look at the other parts of the map. I'm gonna have to fly through this quicker, actually. I think we're gonna get kicked out. And cheated. So this is the farmlands. This is a whole nother section of the game. There's a ton of quests here and stuff to do. This is another set of housing plots with really big slots, so you can build tons of stuff on them. There's a mine here with a golem. He protects the mine. If you defeat him, he'll open the way so you can get in there. There's a whole farmer's market here. Change the time. Just prettier during the day. With a bunch of stuff here, like tons of things you can buy. You can go find like rare recipes that pop up in here, like pumpkin muffins, fried green beans, gnocchi. So like there's tons of like random things like that. Also, all the vendors in the game have their like items like reset every day. So for example, like this guy's only selling worms today, but if I wait a day and come back, so like, oh, and his fishing rod, I don't know what the last one was, but like he changes his stock. He's still selling worms, but different amounts. So now this guy's selling a sandwich recipe, honeyed apple, and fawn's pie.
So like every day you can go through the world and find all the different items. There are no romanceable NPCs, but I have considered it. The biggest problem with it is it's multiplayer. The game's fully multiplayer, up to 16 players. I can just invite players in to play with me, and I can host a game world, and we have dedicated server support now, so you can actually host through your own dedicated server, or you can use. We're partnered with a company called Ping Perfect, who does like server hosting for games, and you can get a server through them, and it's like a quick 2-minute setup, which is cool. So yeah, with multiplayer, it's tough because like I didn't want players to be like romancing the same NPCs. And also like the whole romance thing in our game would be kind of a lot of work probably, just because of like how many NPCs there are and stuff, so it'd be hard to like find the ones that are romanceable. But yeah, maybe one day we'll do it, who knows. But yeah, so that's that area. Again, there's like tons of secret quests and stuff everywhere too. Like there's a beehive guy over there who's just like has like a bee farm, right? This guy. But if you do like a certain quest for him, you can get his outfit, and then if you do like another certain quest, then you can actually get a recipe to build these beehives on your plot, and then you can harvest your own honey. So it's just like tons of little secrets. Like this guy's got an awesome quest where he like lets you in this barn here, and I won't tell you what's inside there, but it's a secret, and like all this like has to do with it. Like there's just so many cool little quests everywhere. There's also farming too. I don't know if I mentioned that. Like on your plots you can farm, you can put down like big dirt plots and then like plant seeds and grow food, and then you can cook with it and sell it if you want or whatever. So this is Sleepy Haven. Look at a top view. This is the main city in the game right now. There's a bigger one in the works eventually, but Sleepy Haven's pretty huge. So you can come in here, and there's a ton of like shops you can go to. Like here's a potion shop here, with a bunch of ingredients you can buy, and then you can also just buy potions that he's crafted. Sorry about the dog barking. I think my wife just got home with me. Got her. Maybe nudge the music down a little bit more. Sorry. I'm surprised it's so loud. I can't even hear it. I guess it's just running through a different channel. I just need to set it back through my music channel so I can control it better. Oh yeah, there's also job boards. So like this is a job board. There's one in every town. Like this one is Cobalt Tools. So this is just a randomized. These are procedural. Like most quests in the game are all like handcrafted, but these ones are procedural, so you can do them like unlimited. And they always just give like gold gold rewards usually. That's just a good way to make some gold. And it's usually kind of like, okay, yeah, I can make these real fast. So like, let's make 800 gold real quick, easy. But some of them give you, none of those ones do. Some of them give you like rare items and stuff that you're harder to find, which is cool. There's a library up here. Let's go check out the library. We have a bunch of lore books in the game. We need more though. That's one of the things I've been working on, is trying to get more lore in the game. So here's some lore about the Tomb of Twin Arrows, which is actually an area in the game you can go check out. And some of these books give you like secrets about like what things are like secret items and stuff. Like they'll give you hints about like here's Forging the Stars. This is kind of a secret about like an area you can go find. Here's one about King Owen, which is like the king in the world who's missing right now. That's kind of like the whole premise of the game. What else? Oh yeah, there's a furniture shop over here. Dandy decor. So you can just go in these shops and they have all the things for sale, so you can just buy these if you don't want to craft them yourself. And like little things too, like we even have like little glasses you can put down and pictures. Go first person mode so you can see the picture better. Paintings. And then of course you can buy plans. Like here's a tavern. You can build a whole tavern on your plot if you want to. Yeah. Let's go check out the next zone. You fly this way or travel this way. Wait, we're going the wrong way. Got turned around. You clear over here. There's a graveyard with a whole quest line in it and a boss fight. Yeah, it is on Steam. You can check it out now. It's on sale right now in early access on Steam. So this is the Grimlock Graveyard. There's a whole storyline here about like the guy that used to be like the lord over Sleepy Haven and how he got like corrupt and stuff. It's fun. It's cool. So yeah, and this is where the boss fight takes place, obviously. And then the new zone is called the Windless Woods, and that is over in this direction. Fly a little faster. Also, everything is orange right now because it's fall. We do seasonal events. So like here coming in December, the next month, we'll be doing our Frostfall event, which is a obviously a seasonal event where we have like a whole new zone that opens up only for 2 weeks. And you can go over and check it out and participate in like a bunch of like more festive quests and stuff. There's a boss fight there as well, and like a whole storyline quest and everything. It's pretty cool. So our seasons change right now manually. Like we will like release an update that like changes them. So we just had another one for our like Halloween quest called, or Halloween content called Witch's Eve, where you like gather a whole bunch of tickets by defeating like unique mobs that show up during Halloween, like pumpkins and skeletons. And then you defeat them and you get tickets. You trade in their guts and their cursed bones for tickets, and then you can get rare, unique Halloween items like this one. Oh wait, what's it called? Knight. What's the sword called? Hunter or something? Knight Hunter. That's the one. Let's get an excellent one. So there's Night Hunter. That's a exclusive Halloween weapon you can only get during Halloween time. Pretty cool. Yeah, so that's the thing. You can also get exclusive weapons during Frostfall, and that's pretty fun. There's also a ton of like decorations and stuff you can get. So this is the Shrubbery Village, and I thought this guy wasn't supposed to be here. Might be a bug. That's probably like a known bug. I didn't think of that. Oh well, it's fine. Anyway, it's all like burnt down right now. But if you get into this zone and you start doing these quests here, you can actually help these guys repair these. And then when you repair them, you like rebuild the whole village, and you have like a whole village, and there's like shops, and there's like a stable where you can like unlock a new mount. Oh yeah, there's mounts. I don't know if I mentioned that. There's like a whole bunch of mounts you can collect, secret ones too. And there's like a blacksmith right here who uses like ancient like solidified honey as like his resource to make weapons from. So you can learn how to make all those as like a secret like quest kind of thing. It's crazy. There's so much content in this game. But yeah, this is the Windless Woods. It's like got a whole storyline. There's a whole nother like there's 2 other planes of existence you can explore too. There's the corruption plane and the astral plane, which is pretty cool. Here's like some druid ruins that you can go explore. Again, like the AI is like all stuck in place right now because I have pathing basically turned off for the dev build, but yeah. And then there's like it's not even just this too, like there's a cheat. You can like loot chests, which we don't have the keys for, but we'll go down here and check out this secret basement area. Journal pages and stuff. There's just tons of stuff to explore. Really the focus of this game is like the joy of discovery and like trying to get back to like what that felt like when I was like kind of a kid playing like new games for the first time, like renting games for Super Nintendo and like discovering the different things in them and playing like through like Majora's Mask and like older Zelda games and stuff. Oh, I feel like that just opened something. That was so loud. Anyway, yeah, that's like obviously a puzzle. There's so much stuff. And I feel like there's no one in here asking questions anymore, so I feel like I'm just kind of over explaining this now. Does that horse have a quest for you? People do love talking animals. There is one talking animal in the game. Yeah, he's a talking bear. There might be more eventually. We end up. There's 2 chests right here. I don't know why I'm looting chests, I guess just because it's fun to do. Oh my god, that came out of a chest. Oh wait, this is the one you can craft, right? You can craft this one. That's not the one I was looking for. It's the red one, I think, that comes out of the chest in there. It's hard to find. Anyway, there's so much stuff in this game right now. It's kind of crazy, like, obviously I just like showed off a whole bunch of it, but like there's still, I bet I've touched like 5% of like what's actually in the game. Like obviously I didn't even touch like any quests or anything, so probably less than that. There's a whole zone here. Like this is a whole like beehive you can go explore. A giant wasp beehive. And again, the AI is all broken, so it works in game and works much better than it does right now because they're all just like stuck here. Yeah, poor guy. He can't even like turn to look at me. Anyway, and there's a whole boss fight in here too that I forgot about. Yep. Anyway, that's the game. Oh yeah, and if you die, this is kind of cool. This is like not really seen very much anymore. I don't think. I think World of Warcraft's the last time I saw this. When you die, you can fly around as a ghost, and like actually fly. You can fly as high as you want, fly pretty much anywhere you want. You can't go out of bounds. And if you find these like beams of light here, you can fly into the base of it here and be revived. That's the death mechanic. Anyway, all right. I think I showed it off sufficiently. If you guys have any questions, let me know. I love talking about it, obviously. I've been working on it for 6 years, as I mentioned already. It's been out for 3 years in early access. It launched in a kind of a rough state, but we've been working hard on it ever since, and we've got a lot done on it. Yeah, right now we're working on a new zone. I should open it. I can open actually, hold on, because Unreal's frozen now. I'm still in UE4. We've been working, we started the game in like UE4, 418, 417, maybe it was 416 actually. And we upgraded all the way to 426. And then 427 came out and we were like, let's just wait because 5's coming out. Like it's fine. Let's not worry about it. So we never updated 427, and then 5 came out and we tried updating and we ran into some issues because this game is so old and we've had a handful of different programmers work on it over the years. And it's so big that we have a lot of dependency chains. And when we first started, a lot of us working on it were brand new. Most people who've worked on this game have only had like a year or so of experience with Unreal Engine beforehand. If that. Some people were just like totally green, never tried Unreal Engine before, and they came on to work on it. And so I'm not trying to package. I'm trying to go to a different level. Let's go to this one. Don't save. I can show the new zone we're working on. But anyway, yes, so since we've been working on it for so long, there's a lot of like stuff. We're kind of like built on duct tape and dreams now, and so there's a lot of like super long dependency chains and stuff that we should probably go through and clean up. And like that's why we can't move to Unreal right now, is because our dependency chains are so huge that Unreal 5. UE5 is a little more stringent apparently on those, like a little more strict about dependency chains, and so we can't package. I don't even think we could even like launch the game. I think it was crashing when we were trying to launch because of dependency chains. We have a ton of circular dependencies as well that we were trying to clean up. We had a couple of issues several months ago where like when we opened the engine, if we opened a specific blueprint before another blueprint, it would crash because of the chain. It was a nightmare, but we fixed most of it. But anyway, yeah, so right now we're just trying to like work toward a 1.0, which is a ways away still because there's a lot of content we need to add in before we're ready for that, but we're chipping away at it. I didn't even show Bone Reach either. Bone Reach is massive. It's a whole nother zone. And then the new zone we're working on now, which will be open just a second, hopefully. And I can show that zone off. But yeah, we're working on a crafting overhaul right now where we're switching from like an experience-based, like grindy kind of crafting system to hopefully like a more motivation driven crafting system where you only need to craft if you want to, and you unlock things by just like playing the game. Ideally. Whew, that was a big show and tell. Thank you guys so much for all the follows. I see we got a ton of follows. Oh, and I missed the sub, the Prime sub. Thank you so much, Watts of Coffee. That's awesome. I did well. Thank you, Monkey Socks. Yeah, it's not every day you get rated by Unreal Engine, so that's pretty cool. It's kind of amazing. So about 8 years ago, I quit my job. So I was working retail basically. I was undercover. Loss prevention agent in Walmart. I'll say it. I don't care. And I'd been working there for like 5 years, and I loved it up until like the last year and a half or so, and then I started really, really, really hating it. That job brings out like kind of the worst in people, because the only people you really talk to all day are the people who are criminals, right? They're stealing things, and most of them are not very good people. Some of them are just like, they're just like teenagers making dumb decisions, but a lot of people are like serial like shoplifters and stuff that you catch. But anyway, so I was kind of in a really dark place, and then my wife got promoted and got a really good job. This is the new zone, by the way. Oh, it's not loaded. Hold on. I thought it was. It's not. Wait for it. Anyway, we had a baby, and so the money I was making from my terrible job was about the same amount of money that we would have been paying for childcare. And so we just decided, I'm just going to quit and be a stay-at-home dad. And so I did, and I went to school. I decided to start going to school because I needed to do something with my time. Not that I had any free time as a stay-at-home dad, but all free time I did have at night. I went to school to learn 3D modeling and game art, because I've always made games. I just made 2D games, and I never made anything that was like worthwhile or like releasable, really. I just made like a bunch of game jams and like just dumb stuff. But that was always kind of like my dream, was just to make games for a living. Like, and I tried really hard to get it to make it happen, and it never happen. For 15 years I've been making games. And then I went to school for game art, and in my last year of school they introduced me to Unreal Engine. And I took a chest or something I modeled and animated, and I had to bring it in Unreal and use blueprints to basically just trigger it when the NPC or when the player walked up to it. And I don't know why we'd learned that. Honestly, it was like super unnecessary to learn for the degree, and like everything I learned up to that point we never even touched, like implementing from like Maya to like an engine. We never even thought about that or talked about it, and I never did it again. So it's just that one instructor who was just like, yeah, we're gonna learn how to use Unreal Engine today. And I am so grateful for that class, and I don't even know if it was like supposed to be like taught, or if it was like part of the curriculum, or if it was just something that he wanted to show us for like that week. Because in that week I learned like the very basics of like blueprint scripting, and up until that point I've been using Stencil. We should turn music back on. There we go. Up until that point I was learning Stencil, which is also visual scripting, but very like limited, like super limited. And so I had a grasp from that, and also RPG Maker, which I'd used for a couple years when I first started. And so I was able to kind of move that skill set of like that visual scripting stuff over to Unreal Engine. And within like a month or so, I had like a physics-based like factory kind of game where you like pick up boxes from like a conveyor belt and put them in like and sort them and stuff. And I was like, this is amazing. Like, I can't believe I just made this like 3D game. I put my own 3D art in it and everything, and I was like thrilled. And that's like the first thing I ever tried on Unreal Engine. It took me like a month or so to like kind of like learn the basics of it and like build that. And then I was like hooked. And so I just graduated. I had been doing art for like a friend for his game and just making a little bit of money here and there, and applying for studios and getting turned down everywhere. I graduated as valedictorian. I graduated with like as like the top of my class, and I had like a bunch of course director awards and stuff. I did really good in school, which is funny because I graduated high school with like a 1.9 GPA and like almost didn't graduate. Like I barely made it through. I had like many meetings with many teachers where they were like, you're not going to make it unless you do this like extra credit stuff. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll do the extra credit stuff. So I like, all in all, was like kind of a failure like my whole life. And then I went to college and I like blew past everyone, and I was like, I found something I love doing. I love making games and I love like 3D. Is this forest protected or can we chop it? It is protected. All the forests in the game are protected. We use these, we use like little log nodes on the ground. I don't know if there's any loaded in. There are not. There's like little like fallen log nodes on the ground. There's actually a funny like in-game quest about it because they're like talk about how like deforestation is not the answer or whatever. But yeah, so you just like mine the little logs on the ground. You can't mine the full trees. Mostly just because there's a lot of places where like the trees have like nests and stuff in them that you can like harvest, and like, or like in some areas like there's trees where like people are living in and stuff, so it's like it's hard to like block off those ones, and like didn't feel justified, so I was just like, we're just gonna do like logs on the ground, similar to like how an MMO does it. A lot of MMOs do that. Are off-road motorcycles with spark arresters allowed to drive? Yes. If there was one in the world you could drive it, yeah, that'd be fine. Or set on fire? You cannot set it on fire, no. We do not have any sort of like any like workable systems like that you'd see in like Breath of the Wild. Just because like it's so much extra work, and since it's multiplayer, it wouldn't be very fair if you could like burn up this whole forest and then another player would come through and not be able to see it, I guess. I don't know. We probably could have done it, but it's a ton of work. This map look excellent. Thank you. Yeah, it's still in progress. Most of the level design is done. It needs some caves still, and then we'll be starting next week on quests for it. But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I started learning Unreal Engine, and then like I think it was October 5th, 2017. I was like, I'm gonna try to make an RPG, just something really small, tiny. This is the dumb little thing. My plan was like, I'm gonna have like a little hub town where you can like upgrade your weapons and buy new things with money, and then you go out and like explore different areas, just like Majora's Mask kind of, and like find secrets and like fight monsters and get money, and then come back, and that's like the game loop. And I started that project with a stupid little square character because I was like, I just want to get a character, and I'm not going to spend a whole bunch of time making a character, because I'd always spent tons of time making art for games, and then I would like start prototyping it or like start making the game with the art, and I'd get bored of it by then, and so I just quit. So this time I was like, I'm just gonna make a stupid dumb square character, like just gonna do box modeling, really simple. I don't even care what it looks like. And I made that stupid character, and it is still the same character that's in the game today, 6 years later. And I'm still mad about it because I wish I would have taken more time to make a much better looking character, and I would have gone a different art, like direction with the art style. But it is what it is. And at one point I tried to change it, and I had the opportunity to change it, and we experimented a whole bunch on stream to try to like make a new character. And yeah, everything I tried, everyone hated. So we just went back to the base one. Has a charm to it. Yeah, I just think it's funny because I was like, this is gonna be a dumb little game, and then somehow, like, I don't know. I've never had a game that lasted this long. I've never had a game that like hit like this one did. And I honestly think that like 99% of that is because of Unreal Engine, because it just made it so easy to actually develop the game that I had in my head. And for the first time ever, I was actually able to like get an idea, and then I didn't have any sort of engine limitations ever. Like I never ran into limitations in the engine where I couldn't do what I wanted to do. It was always just like something I needed to learn still. And so I would learn it and I'd do it, and then I just went from there. And I started really simple. I was like, I'm just gonna get a character moving around, and I got that working like in a day. And I was like, this is incredible. I have like my own character that I've modeled and I've rigged and I've animated. Actually, I think I used Mixamo still. And then I put it in the engine, and I just had like a character running around, and I thought that was like amazing. And then the next day I was like, I'm gonna try to add like a weapon that I can pick up, and I added a little like 4-slot inventory, and I had a weapon you could pick up, and like I figured out how to like get the inventory working so you could drop weapons and pick them up and stuff. And then I was like, well, now I need some AI. So I spent the next couple days learning AI, and I just went from there, and I built like every little tiny piece of the game from the ground up as just like for fun. Like I was just kind of playing with it like it was a new toy. And it's just, I don't know, it's amazing. It's crazy now because I do this for a living now. Like this is like Swords of Magic pays my bills. And back then when I started this project, there's no way I ever would have thought that was possible. There's just no way. Ambient occlusion is popping. Yeah, I'm a huge sucker for ambient occlusion. This is why I would never use Lumen, because you can't really tweak the ambient occlusion. I might use Lumen in like a different project, but in Swords of Magic, I'd never use Lumen. Because like you don't even like, I don't like, people don't even notice the ambient occlusion, but it's so there. I think it's this one. No, this can't be it. Is this it? This one. So if we, this 0.765, I'm always so afraid I'm gonna mess this up and lose it. But if I turn it off, look at that huge difference. It's so crazy. This, I swear, like several years ago, when people were like comparing graphics between like Unity and Unreal Engine, a lot of people were like, you can't even tell the difference. And like, I would just, you'd just be like, do you see how like everything looks like it's floating in Unity? That's why. And it's mostly just like developers that were like not using the ambient occlusion properly. And the same issue happens in Unreal Engine too, but it was just funny back then because I remember a ton of people were trying to compare graphics and I was like, it's just turn on your ambient occlusion and then you can't tell the difference. But no one used it. I'm sure it's used more often now because I don't see it as often, but 3.5 to Unity is the largest difference. Yeah. All right, Red. Catch you later. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Thank you for your moderation. Unity can get bleeped. Yeah, lately just because of all the whole Unity thing, I'm a little less inclined to be supportive of Unity, but I mean, I don't know. If you like Unity, I guess use Unity. That's fine. It's kind of amazing to me that they have not adopted more of a visual scripting thing. The thing, like, it's funny to me because a lot of people are like, well, I'd rather use Unity because it's more of like a beginner friendly engine. And I absolutely disagree. Like, I tenfold fundamentally disagree with that. Because I went to, so right after I graduated high school, my grandparents were really supportive. And my grandpa was like, look, I want you to go to college, but I want you to go to school for something you enjoy. So what do you want to do? And I knew I want to make games. I'd already started making games. And I was like, I just want to make video games. And he knew how much money he'd spent on me on video games. So I think he knew that it was like a viable option. He just didn't know how viable it was. And so he was like, okay, so we found a college and he paid for like my first semester to start going. And they taught C++. And I learned one semester of C++. I still have the book. It's like this freaking fat. And that was it. After that, I was like, I hate this. Like, programming is awful. Like, I hate it. Like, I don't understand it. Like, it's boring. Like, I think the most exciting thing I made was a trip cost calculator where you had to put in like how far you were driving, how much like gas cost, and like things like that, and like how many miles per hour your car got, and it would calculate how much it was going to cost you to get there in gas. That's what I built, and that was like the most exciting app I built, and it was all just text based. And I was just like, what year is this? Like, why am I building this? And I never learned how like graphics worked or anything. Like, there was no like game engine. Like, I was literally not, it wasn't like a programming course. It was like literally game development course, but I never learned a single game engine or anything. And like, I mean, I was only one semester, but it cost like, I think it was like $4,000 or something for that semester. And I quit like near the end of it. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. I hate it. Like, I couldn't like do anything. So I gave up and I was like, well, I guess I'm not going to be making games anymore. What am I missing? What are we going on? Where are you guys? The programming language they taught when I was at college was Java. Cringe. Maybe an outlier here, but I really like coding. I mean, I have autism, so that might be why. I mean, don't get me wrong. Since then, and since I've made Swords of Magic, I have tried C#, and it was like, I kind of got it a little bit better, but I just still didn't like it. There's something about like opening a fresh script, like a brand new script in like Unity or whatever, which is where I tried C#, and looking at it and just going like, what do I do? Like, I was just like, I never had a clue how to start it. Like, if I open up a brand new blueprint in Unreal Engine, I don't know why. I don't know why it's different to me, because it's like, it's the same thing. But if I make a new blueprint in Unreal Engine, to me, it's like, I know what I want to do. Like, I know that this like blueprint is an actor, and it's like, I don't know. I'm sure if I tried learning C# today with a lot more experience in blueprint and just like game development in general, I'd probably grasp it a lot faster. But to me, it's like, begin play. What do I want this to do? Like, I just drag off this and I type in basically what I want it to do, and I know how it's gonna work, right? Like, it just feels like it clicks so much better for me. But like, when I tried learning C#, it was like, I opened a new script and it was just a blank piece of paper, and I was like, what do I even do? Like, what do I type on here? Like, I didn't have a clue what like the syntax was or anything. And it's funny because so I had a friend who has used Unity for years and years. In fact, he's really talented in Unity, really good at C#. I'm gonna say C#. He actually built an MMO for Ludum Dare, like literally like the whole framework of an MMO from scratch in Ludum Dare, and had like a whole, like you could connect to like his central server he set up, all of it built in Unity in like 48 hours. I think it was 70. I think he did the 72-hour one still. And like he had like 18 players online at one point, I think. And like you could like fight monsters, equip gear. It was like 3 little rooms. That's all he like had time to build because he had to build everything else. But he built it all by himself, completely solo. And so I was like, can you teach me C#? And he was like, yeah. So we jumped in a call together one night, and I think we were in the call for like 2 hours. And he was like, okay, so like, let's just talk like fundamentals. Like, do you know how like variables work? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, do you know how like loops work? And I was like, yeah. And so he started like trying to explain things to me, and I was like, I get it. I know how that works. I know how to do that. I know how to do that. I know how to do that. And I knew everything he was talking about. And he was like, dude, I don't think you need my help. He's like, I think you just need to dive in and start playing in it, and you're going to figure it out. Like, you already have all the fundamentals. You know how like game logic works. Like, until you start doing more advanced things, you got it all. Like, you can make a game with the knowledge you have. And I was like, oh, I must know more than I think I do. So the next day I opened up Unity, and I was like, I'm just going to make like a little stealth game or something. I was going to make something really simple. And I like opened up my first script, and I like sat and stared at it for like 5 minutes, and I was like, I don't know what to type. I have no idea. I don't even know what I'm trying to do. And I gave up. I gave up within like 10 minutes of like trying to like write my first script. But since then, since Unreal Engine, since everything, I have tried Game Maker just because I was curious, because I used it a long time ago, and I wanted to try the Game Maker scripting language because I was like, I'm adamant to like learn how to type code. I want to like figure this out a little bit because I eventually want to move to C++ and like learn that. But I don't have time right now. But anyway, so I started learning GML just like over a weekend, and I was like typing scripts to like get like gameplay stuff working, and I had like made a couple scripts, and I was doing it all myself and typing it all out, and I didn't have to like really Google a whole lot after like the basics, and I was like having a lot of fun with it. So I do know that if I actually did learn C++ and like got past that barrier, I think I would probably like it as much, if not more, than Blueprints. Maybe. But even so, like there's been a lot of times where I've dug through our C++ because our game is C++, and does have gas, and our game does not have. Our game has gameplay, uses the gameplay ability system. So there are times when I have to dig through that to like add an attribute or change something or modify or whatever. And when I dig through that, I am very overwhelmed. Like, it's just hard to like read and understand what is going on. And I think even if I did understand what was going on, I still think I'd prefer like sifting through a blueprint to learn how it works than sifting through code, because I have a hard time following like brackets and like figuring out where things are like indented and like where they go. And I just think that's the problem with like code for me. And I wonder if like how much of like is like the preference for code just because that's the way it's always been versus like it's actually, I think it's more efficient to like type code, but like as far as like reading code and like readability and stuff, like there wasn't any other options, right? Like for typing code back in the day, like you couldn't have like a blueprint like editor kind of thing where like laid out code differently. So I just wonder how much of that is just like nostalgia and like the way it's been versus like it's actually more like easier to read. I'm sure many people like find it easier to read than like depending on blueprints, right? Like I actually think BP is 10 times easier than reading code. I mean, they're trying to make coding much easier with the Verse programming language. We'll see. I would love to try Verse, but I also do not like, I don't know. I've tried the Fortnite thing. I released a map on it. It has 0 plays. I was just like, this is dumb. I'm not interested in this. I like the idea of making, 10 grand a month on Fortnite maps, but I just hate the idea of building on someone else's framework to make a simplified game without the tools that I already know how to use. It's like if you had a huge Lego set, like every Lego piece you could ever think of, right? And then someone was like, hey, I have 10 of these mega blocks. Can you build me something cool? And it's just like, it feels bad. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I can try, but like, I'm very limited, and I'd rather just use my Lego pieces and build the same thing that's way cooler, right? And have like way more creative freedom and like whatever. Especially because every time I like go to place a block, you tell me that it doesn't work like that, and I can't place that there, right? It just, I don't know. I don't like the Fortnite editor thing. I tried a lot to get into it. I thought the same way until I started using it. Now C++ is way easier to read, especially complex things like vector math operations. I mean, I can't argue with Joe. I know Joe's like experience with Blueprint, and I think when you and I were working together, Joe, I think you preferred Blueprint, didn't you? I don't think you knew a whole lot of C++ at the time. I could be wrong. We may be misremembering it, but what are we doing? We should do something. I literally haven't got any work done today. We just designed the new crafting system, which is good. That's what you guys wanted to do, but we didn't like implement any of it. And I don't know if I'm ready to. After we kind of thought through all the design problems, and I realized like there's going to be a lot of design problems, and we're not ready to solve them yet. I don't think I want to start it yet. You didn't know any C++ at the time? How long has it been? Like a year? When did you start learning C++? How long have you been learning it? Because I think Elliot said that he's only been doing it for like 6 months. Curious what your answer to that question would be after you have advanced your knowledge C++. Hold on. Which question? I'm sorry. Do you just mean like if I still think that coding is not actually as efficient? I think coding is more efficient because one, it runs. I know C++ runs better in Unreal. I know that, like that's a fact. And I also know it's more efficient if you know what you're doing. I think I was just mostly referring to readability. Like I think it's easier to trace. I don't know. I guess I haven't used it enough to know. I really don't have a say in it. CP readability over C++ readability. Yeah. Yeah, like you sent me code earlier and I was just like, I don't know what this means. And then I think you explained part of it and I was just like, I don't know why you would need to do that. Let me look at what you sent. You sent I don't want to share our conversation. You sent 4 auto and headquarters data. I mean, I'm sure and headquarters data is like a variable. Yeah, I don't have a clue what this means, right? And then you said, well, I know, okay, so I know what 4 is, right? I know the 4. Auto is an automatic declaration of the variable type. What does that even mean? Like, what do you mean an automatic declaration? Like, I don't like that's a part of like the C++ stuff that it will probably be the hardest for me to like understand is like declaring a variable. Like, I guess it's like the same as like, that's a bad, hold on. This is also a bad thing to open. Declaring a variable in Blueprint is just clicking this button, right? I've declared a variable. Is that the same thing? For bool btest bool array. Yeah, so we're looping through the bool array, but I don't know, like that's the thing, right? So okay, so for and then bool, we're stating that we're looping through a boolean variable. But that's another thing is like why? Like why do we need to state that it's a boolean variable at that time? Can you have 2 variables named the same thing with different like types? It just seems like unnecessary text. So why do you need to declare that it's a boolean then? If you have one variable and you've declared it previously as a boolean, then why when you loop through it do you have to tell it it's a boolean again? It can't figure out what that is? No. For bool btest. So btest, I'm assuming you've named your variable as btest to identify it as a boolean. So you know when you look at it, it's a boolean because you don't have color coding like you do in Unreal Engine, or sorry, not in Blueprints. So that's nice, but also like I want pretty colors. I'd rather just have the pretty colors. And then bool array, I don't know what that means either. That's not declaring the variable. Look, grab a for each loop node. Bool array would be the variable that's actually declared in the header file. I don't know. My color scheme in NeoVim is pretty. I guess I've only ever like looked at code in like Visual Studio. Yeah, I think even when I was in college for C++, we used Visual Studio, I'm pretty sure. Obviously not 2017 or anything, but because this was like 2007, I think, 2006, 2007. It's the element. The first part is the element of the for loop. I don't know. It's confusing to me. I mean, obviously it would take a while to like figure it out. I'm not like here, like obviously this is not the time to like sit down and like start learning how C++ works. I'm just saying that there's a lot of syntax in that simple loop, right? A simple for loop. There's a lot of text in there that I don't understand that I have to learn. So I know the for, that's easy. Obviously you have to have a for if you're gonna do a for loop. But then we have bool, which I don't know why we have that there. Btest is the name of the variable looping through, so that makes sense, I assume. Oh wait, yeah, no, wait. No, I don't understand that because it wouldn't be a Boolean. You can't loop through a Boolean. So a bool array, so it's an array of Booleans. So btest would be the array of Booleans, I guess. Or bool array is the name of it. Like, I don't know. See, like, it's just a lot to like unpack to figure out what that means. Whereas in Blueprints, I see for each loop, and I know I have something plugged into it. Here's a party. So I know I'm looping through the party. And like, it's that simple. It just seems so much easier to read this than trying to decipher another language, which is another language. And so is this, but like, this is way closer to English than that is. It's only confusing because you haven't done it. No, yeah, and I agree. The difference, I think, here's the thing, right? The fact that I was able to open up Unreal Engine for the first time, and within a few days I had a character like running around and moving, and I had like mechanics going, and like within like a week I had like an inventory system built with no experience before. Like, and yes, I did have to Google a ton, don't get me wrong, but I feel like if I tried to do the same thing in C++, there's zero chance I would have quit. There's no way. So like, just on that information alone, you can't tell me that C++ is easier to read. Yes, obviously if I spend 6 months in it and I learn it like the back of my hand, then yeah, it probably would be easier to read, right? But the fact that English is my primary language, and if I look at this and it's English, like I know this is a for each loop. I'm looping through each one of the elements in this array, and I know that this is going to give me each one of those elements on each one, and this is the index, and this is what happens when it's completed, etc. Like I don't have any of this information on that for loop, right? I say let's get some work done. Get out of here, Soupy. You know we don't do work. You know that doesn't happen in the stream. That's what off stream is for. Here, I commented it out. It's hard to say to developers who haven't really gotten into C++, and I don't want anyone to misinterpret me as saying that it's wrong to only use Blueprint, but once you start using C++, you start to really see the limitations of Blueprint. I think it's hard for me to understand too, because you have to understand where I came from, right? Like my first experience with video games was RPG Maker on PlayStation. I was like using my cursor, my thumbstick to move a cursor around and like slowly typing in like NPC names one letter at a time. Like you should have seen me trying to build a quest. It took me like 3 hours to build like the dialogue for a single quest. It would have taken me like 45 seconds to type out on like a keyboard. But I was like so smitten with the idea of making my own game that I didn't even care. I spent like weeks on it. And then finally I was like, I need to send this back to Gamefly because I've had it for too long. So I sent it back to Gamefly, and then I went and Googled RPG Maker on the computer, and I found RPG Maker XP, and it was like brand new. And I was like, oh my God, I can do this on the computer. What was I thinking? I spent 3 weeks doing that on the PlayStation. That was so stupid. So that's where I started. And the limitations there were insane. But let me tell you, with those limitations, I built an MMO. With the limitations of RPG Maker XP, I built an MMO and it was featured on IGN.com. IGN picked up our forum post from RPGmaker.net or whatever it was at the time. And they were like, this is going to be a new beta test for this summer that you should be on the lookout for. And we were featured in like the top 10 like beta tests for that summer for MMOs. MMOs were really popular at the time, so it made sense that a lot of them were coming out. But like I did that in RPG Maker. So like, I don't know, I'm just saying it didn't go anywhere. That game totally flopped and it obviously wasn't going to go anywhere. I think we had like 8 players at one point and I was like, this is crazy. And it was cool. It was really crazy, but yeah, it wasn't going to happen. Anyway, also I've completely ignored YouTube chat for the last like 30 minutes and I missed a lot. I'm so sorry, guys. I usually have YouTube chat on the other side, but I switched to a new chatting thing and I forgot that I was doing that. The in-screen chat looks really good today. I like the changes. Thank you. Too bad I was ignoring all of the things you were saying, David. I'm so sorry. You're giving up the secret sauce? Yeah, I did give up some secret sauce. Did a lot of work to make. No, there's so many more secrets. I didn't give up any of the good ones. Are you considering ever adding Mac support? Yeah, we tried Mac support. It doesn't run on Mac. About 5% of our player base, or 5% of Steam uses Mac. It would cost us about $3,500 to buy a MacBook, and we would make that back in like 3 years. So it's not worth even buying the MacBook to put it on Mac at this point. And then it doesn't run on Mac anyway, so it'd take us tons of time. And then we'd also have to, every single build, we'd have to then go build for Mac as well and fix any issues on Mac. It's not worth the effort in time. We'd make like an extra like $50 a month, if that, like maybe not even that. I'd probably make $20 a month. So it's definitely not worth it. Have you thought about bringing this to console? Yeah, I have thought about bringing console, and I would like to do that one day. Probably when it's like 1.0, we might look into that more. I'd like to get it on Game Pass as well. Maybe just for PC, but still. I want it for PC, but I thought to support you, would love to actually play it on console. Yeah, Steam Deck. We're on Steam Deck. You can play it on Steam Deck, and it runs pretty well. Just gonna say I don't think they notice us too much over here on YouTube. I'm so sorry, you guys. I think they both left. I missed all of their chat. They specifically say it's not meant as a replacement for Unreal Script. What? Angel Script? Wait, what are you showing me? Wait, hold on. Let me catch up now. Now I missed all of Twitch chat. Blueprint or C++ and Blueprint. Oh, we're arguing now. Here it goes. Our Tango Dance, they work together. That's actually 100% wrong. UE was created for designers so they can use mostly Blueprint. You should listen to how UE was started. Yeah, that's not correct at all. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about UE is not meant to be used with only Blueprint. This is the main issue. You can, it's perfectly fine. It's just not designed that. Yeah, you won't be able to do 100% with blueprints, but it's designed around blueprints. Why did you just say thank you? I feel like that was a little, I don't know, passive aggressive maybe. UE is data-driven design. Main hard logic should be performed in C++, and designers can manipulate properties. Yeah, so from my understanding, and this is why I do think C++ is very helpful, and I'm not saying you shouldn't learn C++. I would love to know C++. I plan on learning it. I just don't have time right now. There's an interview that talks about the start of Unreal Engine and how they wanted to design something that creatives could build things with. C++ is the most powerful thing, but that's not why UE was designed the way. Yeah. Not meant to replacement for Unreal Script. What is Unreal Script? C++ was designed for graphic artists though who couldn't code in assembly. That's so funny that C++ was designed for artists. Back in like, I'm assuming the 80s. I don't know when C++ was designed or was built, but like it's so funny that C++ is like the hard, like one of the like the least like friendly programming languages now, but like the most powerful for making games. And like an artist wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, and when it was made for artists. If that's actually what it was made for. That's hilarious. Blueprint is supposed to be for designers, not the engineers. Yeah, no, that's true. I that's true. And engineers use it at Epic. Well, okay, I don't know. I'm not gonna weigh in anymore because I think I agree with both of you guys. I made that up. Don't believe me. Shut up, Ryan. I don't know why I believe anything you say, Ryan. You do this to me all the time. Totally inaccessible non-programmers. Yeah, of course. But back in the day, it would have made sense that C++ was made for that because, like, never mind. Anyway, here's the thing. I love how Unreal Engine is based on like inheritance, right? Because it's C++ and object oriented. And so I think ideally, the ideal way to work in Unreal Engine is to have, okay, so Crystal Dynamics is, Crystal Dynamics. I worked at Crystal Dynamics over the summer. And I can say that because I was in their building working, but I was not working for Crystal Dynamics. I was not employed by them. But Crystal Dynamics is now using Unreal Engine. They just switched to it from the new Tomb Raider game. I don't know if they're that's not like special information. It's just I'm pretty sure that yeah. Anyway, they're hiring for a Blueprint. They were hiring. I applied. I did not get the job, obviously. They were hiring for a Blueprint game designer. I think Blueprint. What did they call it? I don't remember. I was really excited about it, and then I applied, and I didn't even get a interview or anything. Which is weird because I literally talked to like the CEO and like was telling him I applied and everything. He was like, "Oh, okay," and I was showing him like our game and everything. So I was really surprised that I didn't get at least an interview or at least like anything. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'm not salty, not even a little bit bitter. Anyway, yeah, so they're hiring for a Blueprint like developer, and the plan was, from what I understand, based on like what I read and what I talked to them about, the plan is that a Blueprint developer will go in and prototype out with blueprints a gameplay mechanic, right? So let's say they want to do like I don't know, let's say there's like a skinning mechanic or whatever. Like Tomb Raider has gone really survival recently, so let's say there's a survival like hunting and like harvesting mechanic. Okay, so you'd code it out in Blueprint, get it all working, and then they would basically, once like everyone's happy with it, then their engineers would take it and rewrite it in rewrite like the core like foundation of it, whatever, in C++, and then ideally expose it to Blueprint so designers can then take it and make variations, right? I think that's like the best way to work in in Unreal and C++, is you have your core mechanics built out in C++, they run nice and clean, all your big functionalities there, and then you just take little bits and pieces and expose them to blueprints so people can build off of them. I think that's like such a good way to do it. A huge limitation is you can't even replicate U objects in Blueprint. That's just an example of an entire core functionality missing from Blueprint. Yeah, but like, how necessary is that? Even proprietary engines have visual scripting for designers and engineers to optimize it. Yeah, I'm not saying that that's unique to Unreal Engine. That wasn't what I was saying. I'm just saying I think that's the ideal way to work in Unreal Engine. And obviously every engine would be great to use that. I've never used another engine at this level before, so I don't know how that's like set up in other engines. But they're all just fighting about whether Blueprint is like reliable, and I'm just explaining that I think that Blueprint is very reliable, and you can build entire games with it, but ideally it would be nice to have core, like all of your core features built in C++, and then you just inherit from those to make variations, or whatever. Like we do the same thing in Blueprints, right? Like we have our Melee master class, right? So here's our weapon melee master, which has like all of our functionality on it. And this is just basic inheritance, right? We have all this functionality on it. This is not even the one. We have a weapon actor that does even more. But like, I think that this right here with all these different things on it, this should have been built in C++. And I'm not saying that we did this wrong. I think Moz built all this, and like we were planning on doing all Blueprint because none of us knew C++. That was fine. I'm just saying, like, if all this was built in C++, it would run much faster and smoother, and then we could just inherit down when in Blueprint. So I, as a designer, could go in and make a blueprint inherited from the C++ class and say, okay, cool, I want to build this, but I'm going to override the on hit, or like add on to the on hit or whatever section here and add on fire damage or whatever, right? So, or ideally, there's just a, you know, a variable for it that's exposed that I can just change out there. Which I think there is. But anyway. There's so, no, you guys can share links, that's fine, especially if it's relevant. If you're just dropping links to like promote your stuff, that's another thing. Unless we're talking about it. If we're talking about it and I'm like, yeah, you should put a link, then that's fine. Do you know how engines are made or for what purposes they exist and what was on their mind when they were making it? If you're asking me, it depends on what the engine is, I guess. But yeah. I don't know like the original, like if you're asking me like what the purpose of like Unreal Engine's original purpose was, I don't know. I'm sure you can look it up. I'm sure that's what they're talking about. I think your argument is like, I think you guys are all on the same page, by the way. You're looking at the page from different angles, but I think you're all on the right page. I think Elliot's just saying that C++ is ideal for... I don't think that Elliot is promoting C++ for the entire game. Like, I think that'd be silly to try to write an entire game in only C++ with no blueprints. Exactly. I know he's not saying that because he was literally saying that C++ and Blueprint are like a tango. You want to work together. Yeah, exactly. And I 100% agree with that. However, I am living proof that you can build an entire game in Blueprint and be fine. And the 99% of the games that I will ever want to make won't require C++. Like, I'm really thinking about launching another game. It's been kind of like on my mind for a long time. Like, obviously I've been wanting to make another project. Everyone does, like, you know, what's the meme with like the guy looking over his shoulder will hold like a different girl or whatever. That's just game development in general, right? Every single project you're like, but I could also make that one deck builder game and that'd be cool. So yeah, obviously I want to make a different game, but I'm actually really thinking about making like my New Year's resolution this year to like launch a different game, like a small game. And like, let's say it is not like a, yeah, let's say it's a deck builder game. I've actually really thinking about making like a Stacklands kind of like clone kind of game like that, because there's just not many yet, and I think it's like a just brand new like emerging genre, and I think it's gonna get bigger, and I really kind of want to be in on it. So, and I really like those games, so I think it'd be really fun to make. And I already prototyped the base mechanics out, so I think I'm gonna run with it one day. Anyway, but like, there's no way I would write that in C++. Like, it just wouldn't be worth the effort. Like, it's gonna be like a 3 to 6 month project probably, and most of that's gonna be like art related, and so and like a little bit of design related stuff. So I just don't see that as like a situation where C++ is necessary. It's like it's card based, right? So it's it's gonna be very light on performance. Like, it's not gonna be crazy. We're not using like crazy heavy graphics or like a ton of operations and stuff. Like, it's all very simple gameplay. It's gonna be easy to build and quick. So like, I just don't see any reason to use C++ there unless I was just more efficient in C++. So I really think it really depends on the project. Now, if I was ever gonna like start Swords and Magic over, or start a new like open world RPG or an MMO or something, 100% I would be hiring a C++ engineer. Like, I'd be hiring an engineer to like build the core mechanics of the entire game for me. and then I would be building content off of those, because it's insane. I think it'd be insane to like try to build an entire giant game like this in Blueprint. And if I would have known this game was going to get this big when I started, I probably would have been considering C++ as well. But it grew a lot, and I wasn't expecting it. So it was rhetorical. So basically, people started making games, and then they noticed that most of the stuff are repeating. Yes, yeah, 100%. And they made an engine that makes all the stuff you need is there, and you click the button. Yes. C++ is good for people who need more flexibility to run custom stuff. Yeah, and that's, so I never thought about this, but Unreal Engine is basically, so let's say I hired a C++ developer to like build the functionality of like my RPG, right? Basically, all they're doing is just expanding on what like Unreal Engine is already built, right? I mean, hold on, this is obvious. This sounds like super dumb, but like Unreal Engine is literally just that. It's just they didn't go as far as like building like RPG specific mechanics. They just built like the foundation, right? And then you're just inheriting from that foundation and Blueprint. So all C++ is doing is adding another layer between that, right? So you have the base like foundation, right? And then we're technically right now building like wood and blueprints on top of that. So really a C++ developer in Unreal Engine, all you're doing is adding another layer to the foundation to build on. That makes the building the framework of your house or whatever, your game, just easier, right? Level design and rant. Soupy, I know you want me to work so bad. There's not a lot of level design to do. There is. I don't know what to do though right now. I need to do this area over here, but it's going to take some modeling and a bunch of design, and I'm also trying to decide if I want to like actually make this part of the world, or if I just want to like drop down here and just put like a cave under the ground. Like if I just like build a cave under the ground right here and then teleport you in, or just like make it connected. So it's actually 2:30 and I'm probably gonna go get lunch here in like half an hour, so I'm not gonna get a ton done. Today has just been a chat and design the crafting thing, which was kind of a waste of time because I don't think we got much further than we already were. Soupy, I appreciate your motivational, I appreciate your, I don't know how words work anymore. I appreciate your enthusiasm for progress. I got there in the end. We should enter the cave and have a long drop down. Might be fun. How do we get back out then? This is the cave. Okay, so this is the cave where the fire sprites are coming from. So if it can't have just a big long drop, because then the fire sprites wouldn't be able to get up here unless, well, I guess they can fly, just like float up. That could make sense. But then how do you get out of the cave? That's the problem, right? Thanks, Jesus. Yeah, like that's the problem, is I'm at a point where I'm like, I don't know what to work on. And I can't do like coding stuff, and I don't know if I don't know. Should we just start? I just kind of picture this being like a tunnel that just goes down. What could you maybe do? Now we're just doing stuff. I'm so glad you can see this through the wall. So this is going to be an issue. This makes me happy, thank you. I just feel like I have to keep caught up on I don't own a Steam Deck. Oh, all in all, if it ever comes to console, I will be posting a big video on it. So if you're looking for more ways to support, you can buy the DLC. There's a Hero Edition DLC. It's $10. It gets you extra cosmetic content. You get like outfits and stuff. And we also have a Patreon where I post cool secret stuff in there. And then next week we'll be having a on Tuesday we're launching a campaign for a plushie, which is going to be cool. I think it'll be cool. This is going to be kind of tricky. We might actually have to make this go from like the side or something. I don't know. Let's just paint this out and we'll go from there, I guess. Landscape, sculpt, visibility. Okay, so there's that. Now we go back to, oh, not you. What am I doing? So this thing is definitely in the way. We can try to move it. It looks like we could probably move it up quite a bit. Not too much. You can also just grab some more rocks or something over there to get that better. That might be enough. Like, it's gonna feel a little bit claustrophobic, but we could probably make it work. This is why I hate doing caves like this. Like, I'd much rather just have like a black wall there. When you walk into it, it just teleports you into the ground. It's just so much easier and it saves so much time. Like, trying to match these up. Not to mention that, like, if we make this like a whole like winding thing you go through, then eventually there has to be an end. And the worst thing is, like, when you go through a whole thing, fight a bunch of monsters, you know, get to an end of it or whatever, and then you have to turn around or come back and you just run back through it again. Like, there needs to be like an exit, right? I like the little caves. Is geometric scripting in UE4? I don't know what geometric scripting is, so it may be, it may not be. I want to move this more. Let's try scaling it so we can still keep the same. Stuff. Just, yeah. Don't like this. Okay, I think we're there now. Let's do. I don't know why he keeps turning gray. Okay. We're making progress now, and now I'm not paying attention to chat. See what you did, Soupy? I assume we can walk up with that, hopefully. Oh, yeah. Can it go up instead of down and come out at the top? You'll live. Tough love, huh? A big geyser would be cool. I like that for you. All right. So far, so good. We need to... I mean, obviously, this isn't going to work. When you come back out, this is what you're going to see. We could give this a two-sided material. And then we've got that, and it's still an issue. So let's not do that. Actually, let's do it because it'll be easier to cover up mistakes. It's just easier to cover up mistakes in case we do miss something. Then it won't be like, yeah, we won't have to tow with it as much. And then we can just do like. I hate when the like little tiny pieces like that just stick out. That drives me nuts. Like this right here. Like this looks so bad on the outside. I built this stupid cave thing. And I just thought like, oh, it'll be so easy just to connect the inside. And it's not easy at all. What if we do this? What if we go here and we click here? What if we just type mine? Don't have one. You know what? We could use these mine pieces. When we get down there, we have these mine pieces that I built a long time ago for the Bone Reach cave system. They snap together like so.
Okay. I guess that one doesn't snap like I want it to. What are you doing? Because these could be for the Revori. The Revori would use structures like this, even though they're not. They're built for orcs. You like this clever arrow thing I did too? You're doing great, Soupy. Got a bit of the Matt sass in me today. Is he taking you under his wing? Thank you for sharing your background story and vision of several projects or several topics. It's inspiring for me as a starting hobby game dev. Yeah, Bowyer, you're welcome. If you have questions or want to know how I did certain things or whatever, just ask. I probably like sharing that kind of stuff too much. I get very distracted and just overshare. If we had a doorway, let's just find a doorway, I guess, since that's not working. Doorway. Here we go. Let's do this one. Maybe we can just hook this in here. I have to turn off all my snapping. Are there hotkeys for snapping in Unreal that I don't know about? It seems like even though I've done a ton of level design, I keep finding new things that I didn't know existed recently. I want to do something like this because this will be easier to block to like hide this right here. And then since it's two-sided, it's not a huge deal. But then we could maybe just do like, what about like cave wall pieces? I wonder if we have room for those. I think they're in here. Yeah. Like, what if we did this piece? And Bowyer, good luck on your game dev journey. It's work. It's hard work, but it's so worth it when you get like once you get to the point that like you can just make things. Sucks. This sucks. Don't do this.
I really should have built this in a way where the inside just worked and I could just like smash something against it and it just worked.
Like I should have built this like interior thing like this and had that walled off and then model around it because it'd just be so much easier just to model this as like an airtight mesh rather than doing whatever the hell I did here. This is a terrible idea. This is just the worst idea. And we could just open this in Maya and like fix it, but we're using this in other places too, so I don't know if it's. This also uses the tunnel system. I have a crazy idea. I know, thank you. I hate that so much. Do. I just decided we'll just name it something like appropriate instead of just some junk name. So I'm glad I spent all that time doing this. And actually, we probably could grab these things and just move them out of the way for now. We'll use them down here, maybe. We'll see. And then all this could just be gone. You can stay there, I guess. It's like doing surgery sometimes. And sometimes you feel like really smart, like, I'm glad I figured that out. And other times you're just like, why didn't I do this an hour ago? And now it's probably not like, this is too big, so now it's like not gonna fit to scale it down, like make it fit how I wanted it to fit in the first place. Like that ish. I gotta move all the rocks around the outside of it too to make it fit better. It's annoying. I just realized there's like this giant piece right here that I hate that we're gonna get rid of. Is that over there too and I just missed it? We just duplicate the rock and turn it around. That's actually a really good idea too. It'll be a pain in the butt to match up. We could do it. Oh, actually it wouldn't work. I'd still have to build the tunnel inside of it.
Because the tunnel, so like the rock's here, but the tunnel that goes inside of it doesn't go as far as the rock goes over. So when I flipped it around, the rock would meet like this, but then the tunnel would still be a gap in the middle, which would work, but then I'd have to just build that tunnel again. So it's like, there's no point in doing that. But that isn't a bad idea. Okay, does this look okay? Yes, now we just have to fix. Actually, we're all good. Looks like everything except for this stupid rock right here that I don't like is good to go. I missed something, apparently. Somehow I missed something there. Oh, wait. Did I miss something? How did we do that? How did those get moved? Oh, because I scaled it. I scaled it so everything scaled at its own. Why did that happen? Usually when you scale a group of things, it scales together based on the object you have held. I don't know why that happened. Just go away. I don't know. Okay. All right, now we have to do the floor again. But at least we're making progress now, I guess. All right.
So now we don't have a ceiling because I took that big chunk out. Let's save. Don't need to save the player state. Oh wait, I need to save this map. I don't need to save weapon actor. Is it setting on the top right corner? No, I don't think so. You mean the cave entrance should have closed meshes? Yeah, it should have closed meshes, but I don't. Are fire sprites going to be going in this tunnel? I'm imagining trying to dodge their attacks. And no, they won't be, I don't think. It wouldn't be too bad though. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Lord Kenny? How you doing, man? Have you been here before, or did you just come in because you saw me or recognized me from on stream? Maybe we can just make this work. Not like that. We can just grab this guy and be like, oink. Nope, that ain't gonna work. I mean, no. We'll still probably keep it there. It'll just be easier to retrofit everything else now. We can also like scale these up probably. Let's do this. I'm afraid we're gonna be in like the exact same position we were just in before we did all this work. Yeah, what's up, Phil? I'm still streaming. For now. It probably won't be much longer. I'm pretty hungry and it's lunchtime 3 hours ago. I'm a little nervous about this. I don't know if I like that. But it's just gonna be an entrance and an entrance, and then we'll open it up. I think we'll do like this and kind of open it up. This looks terrible. We still have that. Let's make this the two-sided. As long as you can't get to it, yeah, that's fine. That's pretty clean. It's not too bad. Obviously need to clean up the floor a little bit here. Clean. Hey, we did it. This looks bad. Let's grab. When all else fails, we just shove a rock in it. That's like level design 101, by the way. If you guys are like, man, how is Kindred so good at level design? You just shove rocks in there.
Oh, I'm getting some of this. I always keep doing that. Landscape, sculpt, visibility. Oh. Make sure we didn't break anything outside. Oh, all good. This does not look very, like, super great. It does, I mean, I kind of like the, like, more, like, very cavey look to it, but it's not exactly what I wanted, but that's okay. Yeah, that's stream, cool. You mentioned briefly what you were working on, Swords and Magic stuff, and I wanted to come and see some of your stuff. Yeah, so this is Swords and Magic stuff. It's a casual, cooperative, open world RPG. This is a portion of the world, a lot of it's not loaded in. It's pretty huge. It's been in development for 6 years, so it's pretty big now. Well, okay, so I say 6 years, but it's been closer to 4 years because, like, twice there I restarted the project, and then this is the last, like, rendition. This is a new zone we're working on called Delver's Pass. There's a lot. Swords and Magic and stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's not loaded. This looks a lot better when it's loaded. But it's pretty massive. There's a whole zone over here that's not loaded in, that's huge, that's not done yet, but it's there. There's a whole city here that's normally loaded in, but it's not loaded in. In fact, we have a bunch of levels like this one that I don't need loaded in. We can actually get rid of a lot of these. That's fine. Did you see the night cycle? I can show that. What is it? Time manager. There's the night sky. I just like the twinkling lights. I guarantee if I asked like someone who actually knew how to use materials to make like a night sky with twinkling lights, they'd be like, sure, and then have no problem like making this in like 5 minutes, and they would be like way better than this. And the way I've done this is just like probably so very wrong. It's probably so dumb. I don't remember exactly how it works, but it's not good. Thanks, Kenny. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is what I do for a living. This game pays my bills, so been working on it a long time. We used to have just type it in. We used to have about 5 people working on the team up until earlier this year, and we just kind of ran out of money. It was around January, actually. It's been a while. Yeah, I think it was actually, December, January, I think. I don't remember. Jan will probably correct me in a second. But yeah, we ran out of money, and the game just kind of stopped making money. Not like overnight, it just slowly stopped making money. We just couldn't like afford to pay people anymore. So now it's just, I'm back to solo development, unfortunately. So, good and bad, I guess. I don't know. It was kind of nice working with people, and I miss like that collaboration, but at the same time, like, it's also a lot less stressful working by myself in some cases, I guess. I just don't have to worry about anyone else's like opinions, I guess, except for our players, because it is out in early access. So the game's on Steam right now. It is live in early access, and it's been out for 3 years. So every time I launch an update, it does have to like, yeah, it does have to like be playable and stuff. All right, let's start making this more interesting. I think we just do like just kind of like a simple like curve around, probably nothing crazy. I don't think can I scale this? Nah. I wish this spline was like scalable, so I could like scale it and then it would get like wider in some parts, some spots, that'd be really, really handy. But let's start turning it as we go down. Let's be careful I don't get too steep too fast either. I'm actually, you know, I don't think we need to do like a full circle either. I think we're just gonna keep it pretty simple. We're just gonna do like this probably, and then we'll probably just open it up. Because I just don't want this to be super long. There's no reason to. There's plenty of space under here to put a cave in, so let's do it. I thought this folder had caves. Cave structures? So this needs to be a lava cave. And I'm kind of thinking I want to use these rooms. I think I'm just gonna like go much bigger under here and do like, it doesn't need to have like a ton of area to explore, but I want it to be like much more grand. Maybe, I don't know. Because maybe I don't want that right now. We have a lot of space though. The purple roof low-key triggers me every time. What purple roof? What are you talking about? What purple roof? This one? It's a mage tower. What else color would you make it? You think it needs to? You think everything in the zone has to be green? Let's just get rid of it. It's not even supposed to go there. Are you happy now? Maybe this is fine. Maybe we have another chamber or something. I don't know. Maybe we open it up to another area that's much bigger. I'm picturing like... This is... Bear with me. This is not going to be good. Oh. Stop. Do your thing. Alright, this is what I'm kind of picturing. I'm picturing, like, you walk... Well, let's see. I'm picturing, like, there's a big, like, forge over here, kind of, right? Maybe some of this, maybe. Goes into the ceiling. And then... I don't know exactly. I'm thinking maybe, like, a big glass tube kind of thing. Doesn't have to be glass, but like a big like chamber over here that goes up to the ceiling. Oh, there we go. This whatever. Anyway, with something in it. It's a mystery though. I'm not gonna tell you what's in it. And there's a dude here. Boop boop boop. Oh, sorry. Boop 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 boop. It's a dude. Here's our like forge. And I just want this to be like a wall. And then what I'm thinking is have like kind of a wall that goes over here. So it's like kind of closed in a cave wall or whatever. And this is just kind of like whatever. Like this is just all the floor. You just walk up to this, right? And then I kind of want to do like this is like a cliff. Yeah. And then out down here, it's just like lava. And then there's maybe like cliff pieces like against the wall, kind of. You know, like sort of like the tutorial area where there's like jumping kind of stuff where you can like get along the walls. And then just like lots of cliff pieces and like lots of fun layers here. Right? And then, you know, rocks and fun stuff. Just like a just big open area. And then there's just like a dude over here like working. Like he's just got his own like little like lava smith thing going on. And I was kind of thinking that maybe like around this wall here, like it just keeps going and you can just like walk around the wall. Boop, boop, and there's just like more to explore back here, but I don't know what would be there. The worst thing is, I guess I can take a screenshot of this actually. I was gonna say, once I click off this, I can't go back to it. It's gone forever. What if the platforms were cooled lava? Oh, that'd be cool. Like obsidian. I don't know if I can get that effect, Matt. I can try. I was just gonna use platforms we already have to, you know. Oh, he's a 2D artist? No, I am not. I'm not even close. Love this visualization. So there's that idea. And I think hold on, let's see how much space we actually had to work with here. Let's drag our little testy guy out here. Oh yeah, there's plenty of room for that. Right? So here's the guy that's working. Boop. Yeah, that's like almost exactly the size it was too. So you have a huge area to work with, right? Let's put I don't know if we can put a river in. River? I think there's a river spline. BP River Manager? That's for buoyancy. We don't even use buoyancy. I thought we had a river spline. Maybe we just use the tunnel spline and we just swap out for a mesh. Whatever, let's just put lava in, I guess. Lava volume. Big lava. And then we'll just have like go here, go here. Kind of funny how like quickly I was just able to like kind of capture that exact thing I was just drawing, huh? That normally doesn't happen. Like I just think it'll be a cool reveal when you walk in and see. I guess this isn't big enough. We should go bigger. I'm thinking like a lot bigger actually. Like when I was thinking of this, I guess we could just move this over too. We only need like that. Oh, but then we don't have an opening. Well, not a good thing. I guess we could scale it like this and then block off this wall. But then we kind of, what's the point? Like, what's the point of this? Like, why are we even? Let's just put walls around it. Let's just make it as big as we want. We don't need to encompass it in that thing.
We don't need this one either. This is what I was trying to get at earlier too, is like we don't really need to do that. And we can make this as big as we want, and like but that's like a death sentence. You fall off there, right? Like that's kind of the point. Where are you going? You guys saw where Man Mouse went versus where that went, right? So let's just change these to like black. Now it kind of looks like cooled lava, but not like super like lots. And also, what would happen if we put a waterfall in here? Like, what if we did this? Hang with me. I don't think this is gonna work. We're gonna have to do our own thing for this. But what if we just swap this material out for lava? That looks terrible. That's not the one. What's this material? Who knows? M_lava. Look. We don't really have any movement, so that looks pretty bad. But we could make a new mesh and a new material for this, so we could have some lava. Plus, like there's like too much motion. Like lava would just kind of like drip off the edge. That wouldn't work. We could probably like fake it a little bit and just do like maybe. It's just probably easier just to make a new mesh for it, right? Because it's too curved. If we're not like planning on the player getting over there, we could just use like, yeah, I don't know. We can just make a mesh. A lava fall, yeah. Lava lake, patent pending. What about a dead golem in the lava? Oh, that'd be so cool. Like just like his like a big hand sticking out. I don't know how we would do that. Hold on, let's try it. I don't know if, oh no, because his hand's just a square, I think. It would not look, it wouldn't have the same effect. We could fake it though. It'd just be like a cool set piece, right? It's like we could just take like the fire sprite guy. He's got like, we could just like model something based on his hands. Why am I yawning? We could do hands like this. Obviously we want to connect the fingers. We don't want them floating. We could do hands like this with just like big funky like rock hands, and just have like one hand like, you know, like stuck out of the lava or whatever. I'm trying to do a cool hand thing, but it'd be like, I don't know, something like that would be cool. And then you could like climb on it, put like a chest on it. It'd be kind of neat. And yeah, new fishing spot would be cool. Thank you. Undermine how fast lava can move. Probably, but like it doesn't need to, it shouldn't have like an arc though. Just mostly for like the effect I'm looking for. I don't think it should have like an arc on it, but it doesn't matter. We'll probably just model something new if we're gonna do the lava things. Anyway, we should make this far enough over that you cannot glide to it. And we'll have to find another way to get over there. Wait, hold on. Why does this piece have 2 material slots on it? I might break this right now. Oh, what am I doing? It's not even being used. Dumb.
that probably saved us 3 milliseconds. Think you can glide over there? I bet you can. I bet you definitely can. We can make it further. We could do more, bigger. We could, I don't know. Just kind of like blocking out right now, and then we'll get into like more fine detail when we're ready. This is like gonna be one of the more important areas in the game. Not in the whole game, but like in this zone. More draw calls equals more performance stuff. All right, guys, it's 3:20. We just did an autosave. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Let's go find somebody to raid. We're looking at 55 people. Do we, okay, question. Do we want to try to raid another like Minecraft streamer or something, or someone that seemed to work pretty well last time, but we should go raid Yogscast one day when they're actually like playing and be like, hey, remember how you said you were going to play our game and then you never did? And maybe they'll play it. Let's just go raid Prismatica. We owe him a raid anyway. I don't know if I want to do raid Linkz. Raid a gamer. All right, you guys all voted for gamer. Who's Linkz? Let's search Linkzzey. 400 people. Absolutely not. Here's the thing: if you have to raid someone who's like within the same vicinity as you, or like right under you, to get their attention. If you raid someone with like a, that's gonna be just like a drop in the bucket. Yeah, I mean, I guess 50 people isn't like a drop in the bucket, but still, like, it's not noticeable. You know what I mean? I don't know. Should we? I'm like nervous. I don't think this guy plays anything but Minecraft too. That's another thing. That's another thing we have to think about, right? If we raid someone who only plays Minecraft, they're not gonna play our game anyway. So like, well, I mean, I guess their viewers might want to check out the game, but I really doubt this guy's gonna go like out of his way to like go look at the game on stream and stuff. How nice is he? Is he like the nicest person? Raid Prismatica. He reads chat a lot. I can suggest someone who may be interested in the game if you want. Sure. Do you have someone? Do the suggestion. Suggest the thing. I mean, it might be a good raid, but you just have to think about like, I mean, first of all, everyone in our chat right now is going to leave because no one wants to go watch someone play Minecraft. You guys are all here to watch game development, and I respect that. So when we do these raids, it's very much like self-fulfilling, right? It's very much like a hardcore WoW at the moment. Jamalki. I feel like I've heard this. I've been wanting to play hardcore WoW. Just WoW in general, not necessarily hardcore. 52. Okay, this is good. Delve into dungeons. Okay. Priest. Got a healer. All right. I mean, he's shadow right now, but he's leveling, so. All right, let's do this one. We'll try this. You gotta do the talking though, Aquatic. In my stream team, okay. You gotta do the talking. You gotta do the introductions here. That's the biggest problem is I hate going in and be like, oh yeah, I make this game and go, yeah, I don't know. It's, ugh. Let's see if this raid works through this stream thing. And go. Yeah, maybe. Did it work? I don't think it did. Are we raiding? I don't think it did. Let's try again. There it goes. Okay, all right, you guys are the best. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. Thank you for, oh my god, so many follows. Tons of follows today. Thank you so much for the raid from Unreal Engine. I don't think whoever chose that raid is still in here, but if you were, thank you. There was a few subs, that's awesome. You You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, just one sub. That's okay. Thank you so much for hanging out today. And I will catch you next time. I don't think I even have the credits on here, but that's whatever. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I will see you guys on Tuesday. So have a fantastic weekend. And there should be a new YouTube video coming out this afternoon or tomorrow. I just have to upload it, and then I have a devlog to edit too. So you guys will get some YouTube content here soon. So have a good one, and I'll catch you later. Bye.